We've got some technology people up on the dais here to help us with electronic voting. And down in front, we have town officials who are prepared to make presentations and answer your questions. We're also joined by the Weston Police Department, who will help maintain order in the unlikely event that is necessary. And that's funny, isn't it? And by members of the Weston Fire Department, who will keep us safe by making sure that we do not clog the aisles. There are plenty of seats still in the auditorium, and the gymnasium is available as overflow space. Let me just very quickly, a preliminary comment about the voting devices. There are 3 kinds of voting devices. One's with a blue sticker, one's with an orange sticker, and one's with a yellow sticker. Blue and orange will work in this room, the auditorium. The yellow voting devices will work in the gymnasium. If you find yourself in the wrong room at a time when the vote is called, please make your way into the appropriate room so your device will register. I'd like to give a special thanks to the town hall personnel and to the school department people who've set up the room and prepared this opportunity for us to get together, and to the town clerk's office and for the tellers and counters who've gotten you all into the room safely, I hope. I want to make one announcement right now. Due to a scheduling error, I think, probably on my part, the second scheduled night of town meeting would be the Wednesday. But this room is being used for something else on Wednesday. So in the event that we have a second night of town meeting, we will have that on the 15th of May, next Monday, not on the 10th of May. While we remain concerned about COVID and other communicable diseases, we're proceeding with this town meeting in the usual way. Masks are welcome but not required. Please be respectful to those of you sitting around you who may have concerns. There's a great deal of space in the gymnasium, as I said, and that is set up for use at this meeting. Lenore Lobel will be serving as assistant moderator in the gymnasium, and I would entertain a motion at this point to so appoint her. Is there such a motion? Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. Thank you very much. All speakers and all presentation materials will be audible and visible in the gymnasium. And Ms. Lobel, could I ask, does your microphone work? Well, we probably need to make sure that that's straightened out. Ms. Lobel?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah. Is there anyone in the gymnasium with you?
Yes, not a big crowd, but we do have about 8 people here at the moment.
Terrific. Thank you again. Well, Ms. Lobel will have a microphone in the gymnasium. I will be asking that anyone who wishes to address the meeting please come into the auditorium and use one of the 3 microphones at the front of this room. There's one at the podium, there's one on either side in the front of the auditorium. And doing so will enable everybody who's participating in the meeting to not only hear, but to see whoever is speaking and addressing the meeting. If you have difficulty moving from one room to another, or if you're in the middle of the auditorium and have difficulty moving, please let me know that and we'll see that a microphone is brought to you. If you rise to speak, I ask that it be to ask a pertinent question or to offer an insight that has not already been presented. When I acknowledge you at the microphone, please state clearly your name and address, and I will then recognize you. A few general procedures for our meeting. I have the responsibility as moderator to ensure that the meeting proceeds in an orderly and respectful manner so that thoughtful deliberation and debate can occur. I will be very grateful for your help in fulfilling that responsibility. Please address your remarks to the moderator. Stick strictly to the issue at hand. Avoid impugning the motives of any person or group, and avoid any personal attacks or references to other speakers by name. Civility enables you all to speak and be heard without audible interruptions or other disruptive behavior. On each article, it will be my practice to recognize the proponent for a motion, and then to recognize interested town boards, town committees, and other voters who may have prearranged remarks in support or in opposition.
I think you're on the wrong
Thereafter, I propose opening the floor first to questions, and then to recognize individuals who wish to speak in support
I think you're the wrong
of
input.
the proposal and individuals who wish to raise a
No, I
counterpoint.
think channel 1 is this.
None of the microphones is
think we have
assigned as
backwards.
either pro or
No,
con.
you told me.
I
I
will
know,
strive to
I think
afford
we have
all parties a
backwards.
full and
What's
fair
wrong?
discussion,
Is this?
and at the same time avoid going long past the point of
Yes.
affecting minds.
Okay.
Accordingly, I encourage all speakers to be concise and to avoid repeating each other's points. As has been our practice for several years, we will utilize the so-called consent agenda to bundle Articles 3 through 16, which I shall explain a little more fully when we get to that point in the meeting. All motions of any significant length or complexity must be written, and in addition, among the handouts available in the hallway as you checked in, there was a 3-page handout entitled A Brief Guide to Weston Town Meeting Procedure. Unchanged in the last several years, this guide outlines our other traditional procedures for this town meeting. Our first order of business will be to accept for this meeting the general procedures I've just described and to use the electronic voting system for all substantive votes, to permit non-residents to speak in the discretion of the moderator, to permit town employees to speak, if they so choose, on matters affecting their respective interests or areas of responsibility, and to adopt the further procedures found in that brief guide to town meeting procedures I mentioned, including provisions as to financial interest disclosure, the 5-minute presentation and speaking limits, with exceptions in my discretion, and to use the consent agenda procedure for Articles 3 through 16. By a voice vote, may I have a motion to adopt those procedures? Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Electronic voting. For the balance of this meeting, except for certain procedural matters as to which I may call for a voice vote, we will be using the handheld voting devices you received when you checked in, the use of which is described in that voter guide. When it's time for a vote, I will so announce, and a green light will go on in the front of this room. You will then have 30 seconds to register your vote by pressing either 1 for yes or 2 for no. If you've made a mistake or change your mind at any time during the 30-second voting window, simply press the button that you now intend. 1 for yes, 2 for no. At the end of the voting time, the last button that you have pressed will be recorded as your vote. The same procedure applies in both rooms, but as I told you earlier, in the gymnasium, only the voting devices with a yellow sticker will work. In the auditorium, voting devices with a blue or an orange sticker will work. If you have any difficulty with your device, there's help in the back of the auditorium, and there's also help in the gymnasium. If your device is not working, please change it out. If your device is malfunctioning during a vote, please bring that immediately to my attention before I declare the result of the vote. So let's give it a test right now. The question is, did you vote in the town election on Saturday? Press 1 for yes, and remember, this is an anonymous vote. Press 1 for yes, press 2 for no. The voting window is open, the light is on. Please press a button. While you're voting, and before I declare this vote, I just want to point out to people that there are many, many open seats in the auditorium. You just have to excuse yourself politely and walk past some of your fellow residents to get to them. And please, if you're in the aisles on either side of the auditorium, please move into a seat or move back to the gymnasium. Thank you. So, the results of the town meeting vote. 106 people voted yes. 253 people said no. I want to congratulate the town meeting for beating the election, but I want to encourage all of us to do better. Thank you. So now we will proceed to Article 1. Would the clerk please report the results of Saturday's election? And there they are. Take a moment to look, and we'll change the page. You will note that there is a tie in the write-in campaign for Commissioner of Trust Funds for 1 year. There was no ballot candidate, but 2 residents each obtained 2 votes. And therefore, no one is elected. And it's my understanding that the position will be filled by the Select Board and the remaining Commissioners of Trust Funds in a joint meeting at some time in the near future. I hope that's correct. That's correct, yes. So let me express our collective gratitude to all who participated, and congratulations in particular to all of those who were elected. I remind those of you who were elected to remain at the end of this meeting and please come forward to be sworn. I will remind you again. Now to Article 2, to appropriate the fiscal year 2024 operating budget. Is there a motion under Article 2?
Tried that. What's that? Test.
Technical difficulties will be overcome momentarily.
You trying to blame that on me? Mr. Moderator, Harvey Bozzard, Select Board.
Mr. Bozzard.
I'm pleased to present this year's budget. This budget is significant in several ways. First, and I'm not sure if the 279 people who voted at the town election noticed, but there was not a debt exclusion question on the ballot.
Mr. Bozzard, before you proceed, would you make your motion?
Oh, you're right.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. I move that the several sum of the I can't read this, Leon. Thank you. That's better. I move that the several sums of money recommended by the Select Board for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, in accordance with Section 5 of Article 2 of the General Bylaws, as amended and as set forth in pages 10 through 12 of the warrant and budget book entitled Fiscal Year 24 Recommended Operating Budget, be raised and appropriated for the respective purpose to set forth therein, and that the town transfer the following sums to meet, in part, appropriations made at this town meeting. 1, undesignated fund balance of $2.1 million. 2, overlay surplus $357,000. 3, cemetery trust fund $20,000. 4, Josiah Smith Tavern Trust Fund $12,000. 5, debt exclusion premium reserve $78,679 for a total of $2.567679 million. And that the Board of Assessors be authorized to use such available funds to meet appropriations in its computation of the tax rate for fiscal year 2024.
Is there a second? Seconded. Mr. Bozzard?
Okay, all right. Now, I'm pleased to present this year's budget. This year's budget is significant in several ways. First, and I'm not sure if the 279 people who voted at town election noticed, but there was not a debt exclusion question on the ballot. This means that this year, and for the first year that I can remember in almost 20 years of attending town meeting, where the budget doesn't involve any borrowing. Secondly, it's the fourth year in a row that the budget has grown less than inflation. As I've mentioned before, this comparison is ridiculous, as the basket of goods and services that represent CPI is much different than the cost to fund the town and schools operations. These inflation calculations or comparisons were loud when inflation was low, and in the recent higher inflation environment, they have stopped. It's funny how that happened. The truth is, and I've mentioned this before, that a lot of the growth in the budget is funded by new growth, and when you look at your property tax bill, it has been close to inflation. This is true for any time period in the last 20 plus years. Lastly, and what makes this budget significant is that the Finance Committee unanimously supported the budget, which begs the question, was everyone at that meeting? So reviewing the budgetary goals, first it's to deliver level service efficiently and effectively, to limit and reduce the amount of free cash used in the operating budget, and we'll get a little bit more into that later. The use of ARPA funds in a manner consistent with several federal rules and not for recurring operational costs, and to plan for the town's future financial stability by adding to reserves. This year's budget summary, relatively flat budget, increases across most town departments. We continue to fund long-term pension liabilities, post-retirement benefits or OPEB, and fund road repair. Add funds to support public safety needs and information technology operations, and no Prop 2.5 debt exclusion, as I mentioned earlier. All of our expenses are going to be capitalized. Looking at the estimated revenues, the top line is the tax levy. That's what's borne by the residents through its property tax. That revenues are increasing 2.2%. The big change we look at is the fiscal year balances. That's the free cash that we talk about, and as Keith Johnson likes to say, it's not free, and that is cash that was appropriated in previous budget years but not spent. We use some of that to offset any increases in the budget, and we see a little bit more in state aid, and local receipts are flat. Looking at the budgetary increases, it looks like it's pretty flat. I can't see it. With the overall budget growing at 4.4%. When you look at a lot of the items that are in here, a lot of it is contractual obligations. So that's benefits, which are basically flat. We talked about OPEB. OPEB is growing at almost 10%. That's a big bulk. But then the other increases are mostly payroll, employee costs, and then we see $150,000 of new budget items, which we'll go over next. These new budget items total $150,000. It's a fence at the field school, an air compressor for the fire department, some stuff for the Arts and Innovation Center, the celebration support for the select board for some of the events at the town green, police equipment, and also uniforms for land use. The total for that is $150,000. Now at this town meeting, we'll be voting on $1.8 million of separate capital articles. Debt service has been pretty flat. Recently going up with some of the projects we've had in town. For this year, totals $12.4 million, with a big increase coming, between the excluded debt and also the CPA funds over the last few years. Historical budget increases going back the last, 10 years, Leon? 10 years. You can see this year, 4.4%, which is a little higher than what we've seen over the last couple of years. Next. The median tax bill, median home is almost $1.5 million. You'll see a property tax increase of 2.17%. And then looking at how your tax dollars are spent, roughly 60% of your tax dollars go towards schools, followed by public safety, police and fire, and public works. and then other general government. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, that's it. So in conclusion, I'd like to thank the town manager, Leon Gomond, the assistant town manager, Lisa Yanakakis, the finance director, Susan Kelly, the school committee, and all the department heads and town employees who have been involved in the budget process for the last 8 months. Lastly, I'd like to thank the finance committee for their efforts in reviewing the budget, asking the tough questions to department heads, making sure our tax dollars are spent wisely, protecting our AAA credit rating, and most importantly, weighing in on the Weston Provisions' desire to sell wine.
Thank you, Mr. Bossert. Mr. Newberg?
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. I'm Ken Newberg of 230 Merriam Street and the chair of the school committee.
Mr. Newberg?
Thank you. This evening, I'm proud to present the budget that preserves excellence and expands opportunity in our schools, while keeping growth contained to state-mandated increases to out-of-district tuition and utility costs. This budget is unanimously recommended by the school committee, and for the first time in many years, it received unanimous support of the finance committee. Each year, the school committee provides budget guidelines to the administration. In addition to preserving the excellence of education, this year, the school committee expressly set a goal of tying budget increases at or below our peer districts. This year, we came in a full percentage point below the peer average, many of which are reducing student opportunity, even with those larger increases. With our proposed budget this year, we have not only maintained our offerings, we've expanded them. By adding an additional honors engineering class, a brand new computer science AP class, plus we were able to offer 5 additional sections of popular electives, such as forensics. These additional popular classes were made possible with little budgetary impact because we reallocated those existing resources. This year, we offered a pilot allowing seniors to waive out of physical education classes if they otherwise participated in a school sport and received parental permission. The school committee decided this year to extend that pilot program into next year to juniors. This policy change was not without its detractors, but it's one that I am particularly proud of because we provided meaningful additional options to our students' experience by listening to what was most important to them. With those funds that we saved with the fewer needed physical education courses, we were also able to move 3 mental health professionals into the operating budget. We did this to signal our commitment to these positions and to prepare for the end of COVID grants next year. To fund the mental health professionals, the school committee reduced, the 1.5 full-time equivalent in non-student facing positions as part of our review and realignment of professional development offerings. We also received substantial savings from central administration during salary reviews, better aligning our technological resources with our needs, and by using ESSER funds for certain one-time expenses. Moving to some quick comparisons, we can see that our peer districts all came in substantially higher than us. We have on the high end 5% for Carlisle and Concord, 5.21% Lexington, and at the lowest was Acton-Boxborough at 2.77%. On average, our peers came in at 3.79% this year, whereas we are coming in at 2.49%, fully funding all of our current and anticipated contractual obligations. Now, digging a little deeper into these numbers, this is a closer view, and you'll see that essentially we're asking for $1 million more this year. And that is almost fully covered by increases in state mandated costs. About $600,000 to out-of-district expenses. This is something that the entire Commonwealth is dealing with right now. The state allowed these schools to increase their tuition by 14% across the board. These are tuitions that we have no choice but to pay. The second part is $400,000 for our utility costs, something that we're all very familiar with as being something that is a regional problem. I do want to be clear that in total, our budget of $46 million constitutes just the school's operating budget. And it's not the total cost to run our school district. The town is very generous in what it pays for, our health insurance, retiree insurance. The full list is behind me today. But now I wanted to highlight not just what we're here to ask you for today, but what are you getting for your generosity? The Weston Public Schools are committed to excellence and achievement for all students. We regularly overachieve in measures of academics, extracurriculars, athletics, arts, and community engagement. For those who follow the rankings, Weston was ranked the #1 school district in Massachusetts by niche, the 23rd in the country. Boston Magazine ranked our high school as the #1 in the Boston region. Again, according to niche, all of our individual schools scored in the top 4 of their respective categories. On MCAS, we are in the top 5 in grades 3 through 8 science, math, and English, with us being #1 in English and grade 10 math. We continue to offer a robust offering of advanced placement courses with the addition of the new AP computer science course that I just mentioned. Our homegrown robotics team just won the international competition in Texas. Of the 15 most attended colleges, 10 fall into the most competitive in the nation. This track record rivals many of our private school competitors. For athletics, we have over half of the student body participating in our numerous sports offerings. Congratulations to our 6 state championship teams this year. We were ranked 2nd and 3rd by Metro West Daily News for having the best spring and fall sports in the state. And our artists continue to make us proud. Among other things, they have earned us being named as the best community for music education for the 14th year in a row. Our students continue to liven up the town green and increase social engagement with popular offerings such as annual Pumpkin Fest and Spring Fling. For our new families, many of whom I believe I see here, it's a great place to come and meet new friends. A very, very special congratulations goes out to our middle school assistant principal, Phil Oates, for being named Assistant Principal of the Year. And as many of you know, he will soon be the next principal of our middle school. Lastly, I want to acknowledge Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operations, Sherry Matthews, and School Committee member Jeff Lucas for their contributions to this presentation. Thank you to the High School Student Council and high school teacher Henry Moon for spearheading the childcare so that many of you can be here with us this evening, and I hope to see this become a recurring event. You'll also notice tonight that there are some attendees wearing stickers that have the Wildcats on it saying "Go Cats." That is a universal show of support for our students, regardless of where we fall on the political spectrum. Thank you all for being here tonight, and please continue with your support of the schools, your long tradition of supporting our requests by voting in favor of Article 2 this evening. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Newberg. Ms. Raitano.
Hi, Lisa Raitano, 409 Conant, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Ms. Raitano.
Okay. The Finance Committee consists of 9 members. The committee may consider all financial and other questions coming before the town for action or affecting the interests of the town. Next slide. The Finance Committee unanimously supported this year's budget and urges you to vote for it. Overall, the budget is up 2.6% over fiscal year 23, which I believe is net of the 1.8 million of free cash, to explain the difference between our number and Harvey's. Schools are up 2.5%, which would be 3.3% if we were not using some expiring COVID grants. Town departments up 4.6%. Health insurance came down about 5%. And costs for our unfunded retiree pension and retiree health care are up almost 10%. Again, we used 1.8 million in free cash, which is money left over from prior years or projects, to fund capital projects and help keep our taxes down. We expect the tax rate to go up 2.2% and the median property tax bill to increase by $403. However, your bill could go up more or less depending on whether your property appreciates more or less than your neighbors. About 70% of our costs are people costs. We have 12 unions, 6 on the school side, 6 on the town side. Almost 10% of our expenses are debt service on projects, and the rest are expenses. Weston has the highest average tax bill in the state and a higher median tax bill than comparable towns. We believe the Finance Committee should provide budget guidelines to town and schools based on top-down guidance. Our current budgeting method, which is often referred to as level service, too often means level staffing plus additional requests. This doesn't get at improvements and efficiencies, and it increases budgets beyond negotiated salaries and benefits without considering trade-offs. Schools need to develop a plan for a smaller student body while still providing a quality education for all levels of students. Enrollment has declined and is projected to continue to decline, especially at the middle school and high school for a while. This may involve restructuring class schedules, teaching schedules, course offerings, transportation, and building uses beyond the necessary reductions in teaching staff driven by having fewer class sections. No, can you go back? Back one. Okay. The town negotiated savings on employee benefits 3 years ago and is negotiating with our unions for future benefits. We will still be paying about 80% of our employees' health care premiums in fiscal year 24, while other towns typically pay around 70 to 72% or sometimes less. Our higher contribution increases both current costs and exacerbates our unfunded retiree health care problem. Schools account for about 3/4 of our health insurance costs. We also have some large projects coming and large costs associated with them. The town needs to prioritize necessary projects over other nice-to-have projects. We should also consider CPC projects in the same manner. The CPC should work to develop a long-term plan so that we know what's coming and can more easily evaluate CPC projects as well. The town should use the long-range planning model to help forecast funding needs for future years and better analyze trade-offs and financial implications of various projects and policies. And finally, the town should look for ways to generate revenue outside of personal property taxes. The Unified Master Plan Committee should focus on financials as part of its planning and consider ways to generate revenue, and we should encourage public-private partnerships. Here's a list of recent major projects. Again, we have some large necessary projects coming. Water tanks are now estimated to cost $30 to $35 million, which will affect water bills and tax bills. We need a fire station renovation, and there are probably high school, middle school projects that need to be determined, so renovation there. Too often projects tend to be presented to the town in isolation instead of being considered in the context of other projects coming down the road. We need to stop looking at a particular project as just X dollars per year for the next 20 years. This shows debt levels we still owe. It's starting to come down a little, which is good, since it will be going back up with some of the big projects I mentioned. Next one. Debt service, the annual payments we make to pay off our debt is up a little due to the timing of borrowing, but this too will be coming down in the future. In addition to debt, we have a couple of other liabilities. We belong to Middlesex Retirement for pensions. We are currently underfunded 47%, or $67.4 million. Legally, we're required to fund this by the year 2040. Middlesex plans to fund it by the year 2036. And so our budget went up almost 10% this year and is expected to go up by 6.5% each year for the next few years, which puts pressure on budgets. The town pays for both employee and retiree healthcare costs, or OPEB. Technically, we should be pre-funding future healthcare costs for employees so they're funded when they retire, much like funding a pension, which is what we're trying to do now. You want to do this for a couple of reasons. First of all, so taxpayers pay the full cost for the actual employees who worked in the town when the taxpayers, lived there. I mean, it's a fairness issue. And otherwise, you build up a growing pool of retirees that current residents need to pay for. We're not legally required to fund. It's prudent to do so. Rating agencies want us to fund, and we are legally required to disclose. So We are funding into the OPEB trust, which currently has 32 million, and our unfunded liability is at 64%, or 61.2 million. So if we look at all of our long-term obligations, debt is less than half, but the total is 212 million. In summary, about 70% of our budget is related to personnel costs. So controlling the growth of these costs directly results in controlling the growth of the budget. We have settled with most of our unions right now. Long-term liabilities for pension and retiree health continue to be significant, and we need to emphasize long-term debt implications as we consider future projects and focus more on needs versus wants when considering which projects go forward. So keeping these long-term concerns in mind, we urge you to support this year's budget. And finally, I'd like to say thanks to the town manager, finance director, department managers, and school committee and school administration for their work on the budget this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Britano. Before I ask if there are others who would like to speak to the budget question, I want to make an announcement about the voting devices. My understanding is that all of the blue and orange voting devices have been given out, and that some yellow voting devices have been given out perhaps to people who are in this room, in the auditorium, and not in the gymnasium. I will remind you, if you have a sticker on your voting device that is yellow, it will only register in the gymnasium. So if you are in the auditorium, be sure to get into the gymnasium if you want your vote to be counted when a vote is called. Thank you very much. Now, is there anyone who would care to speak to Mr. Bozart's motion under Article 2? I see no one in the auditorium. Mrs. Lobel, do you see anyone in the gymnasium who wishes to be heard?
I do not see anyone, Mr. Moderator, and we have a lot of people in here now.
Terrific. Well, that being the case, we will end debate, and I will ask for a vote. I will wait just a second so people can bail into the gymnasium in order to be able to vote. So I will speak slowly. We will now vote on Mr. Bozart's motion to appropriate the sums as described in the motion behind me on the screen. All those in favor of Mr. Bozart's motion, please press 1. All those opposed to Mr. Bozart's motion, please press 2. Voting is open for 30 seconds. Number 1 is a vote for yes. Number 2 is a vote no. The last button you have pressed when the light goes out is the vote that will be registered. This would be more exciting if there were a countdown clock. The voting window is now closed. If anyone had difficulty with their device, now would be the time to bring that to my attention before I declare a vote. I don't see anybody jumping up and down in the auditorium. Ms. Lobel, is anybody jumping up and down in the gymnasium?
No one's jumping. Well, wait a minute. In order to vote in here, you have to have the yellow. And do you have something different? Okay, we have one vote that was without something that worked. Is there anyone else with a non-yellow? Okay, we have a couple in here.
I can tell you that, well, we can switch those out. Can we switch those out before the vote is? We can add them. We can add those votes to the tally.
They're coming in the other room.
Okay, great. Well, wait a minute.
Yes, if you don't have yellow.
You may have to disclose how you voted because the electronic vote has been closed. Can we re-vote if we want to? You can, sure. In order to preserve the anonymity of those people who voted with the wrong device in the gymnasium, we can re-vote this if you're willing to do that. No vote's been declared. Without objection, I think we'll do that, and we'll leave the voting window open for another 30 seconds. Fair enough? All those in favor of Mr. Bozart's motion under Article 2, please press 1. Those opposed, please press 2. This is the vote that will count.
Are you asking everyone to vote again?
Yes, everyone should vote again. Thank you for clarifying that. This will be a brand new electronic hand raising. I appreciate your patience. And the voting window is closed. And the result is Mr. Bozzart's motion passes by a large margin, but not unanimously. 478 votes yes, 39 votes no. We will now proceed to the consent agenda. I promised you I'd give you more explanation, so bear with me for a minute. As we've done in recent years, we're using what's known as the consent agenda for Articles 3 through 16. As we proceed with Article 3, I will turn to Select Board Member Chris Houston, who will read the title of each article in the consent agenda and will identify the funding sources, dollar amounts, or other action to be taken in those articles that requires such additional information. He will pause briefly between articles, and if at least 10 people ask to hold any particular article, it will be removed from the consent agenda. After doing that, Mr. Houston will then make a single motion to approve the articles remaining in the consent agenda as just described, and if any articles are held, then after voting on the consent agenda, we will proceed to those held articles in the order in which they appear on the warrant. But before we do that, let me just clarify one further wrinkle. As scripted, the consent agenda contains one article that requires a 2/3 vote. That will be Article 8. We're going to try the consent agenda, if that's held or not, if that's included in it. But if that's the case, the consent agenda will require a 2/3 vote. If the consent agenda, including that article, should achieve a majority vote and not a 2/3 vote, I will declare that all the other articles have passed, and I will ask for a revote with respect to Article 8. Does that make sense to everybody? Is it kind of clear? Any questions? Okay. So, Mr. Houston, shall we dance?
No one wants to see me dance. It's very awkward. Christopher Houston, 32 Bemis Street.
Mr. Houston.
Great, so I'll read these articles, pause after each one, then we'll do the motion at the end, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we're going to start with Article 3, Appropriate for Open Space. This article proposes that $85,000 be transferred to the Community Preservation Fund Open Space Reserve, which will bring the allocated funding from existing revenues to the appropriate levels required by the Community Preservation Act for previously voted appropriations.
Does anyone wish to hold? None in the auditorium. In the gymnasium, Mrs. Lobel?
There's no one in the gymnasium.
Thank you.
Great. Article 4, appropriate to OPEB Trust Fund. To comply with the recommendations of the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, the town funds OPEB liability in part each year. This article proposes that $2,377,749 be raised and appropriated to the OPEB Trust Fund.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold? No one in the auditorium. Does anyone in the gymnasium wish to hold?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Article 5, accept Chapter 90 road improvement funds. This article allows the town, as required by the Department of Revenue, to annually accept the funds provided through the state's Chapter 90 program for road repair and maintenance.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold? No one does. In the gymnasium, Mrs. LaBelle?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Article 6, approve property tax deferral income limits. The town has special legislation that requires it to annually identify income eligibility limits for certain property tax exemptions For the elderly, this article will establish the senior property tax deferral income eligibility limit at $112,160.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold? No one wishes to hold in the auditorium. In the gymnasium, Ms. LaBelle?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Houston?
Article 7, appropriate fiscal year 24 Water Enterprise Fund budget. This article is approved yearly to set the budget for the Water Division of the DPW. This year, it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $34,596,831.
I'm sorry, Mr. Houston, would you reread that number?
$34,596,831.
Thank you.
I think I screwed that one up, sorry. Got it right now?
Yes, sir. Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold? And in the gymnasium?
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Houston.
Article 8, appropriate for water main rehabilitation. This annual article authorizes the town to borrow for water main rehabilitation and proposes that $425,500 be raised by borrowing. For the water main rehabilitation, a 2/3 vote is required due to borrowing.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold? And in the gymnasium?
No.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, excuse me.
Yep.
A clarification of which of Article 7 clarification.
Yes.
Sure. You want me to reread it, or is there a different?
How much money's involved?
Oh, the dollar amount is $34,596,831. Oh, well, my script here says 34 million, I promise.
That's what
Can
I
you
saw
imagine
too.
if we had to have another town meeting next week to correct this? Which one is it? You're sure it's 4? All right, $4,596,831.
Is everybody okay with that? Does anyone wish to hold Article 7 now? Not in the
No.
auditorium, in the gymnasium? No. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the eagle-eyed person in the gymnasium. Very grateful. So we're on to Article 8, which Mr. Houston also read. $425,500 to be raised by borrowing for water main rehabilitation. Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold? I see none. In the gymnasium, Ms.
I'm just
LaBelle?
No.
Yes, Article 8 is $425,500. I just want to clarify that wasn't Leon's way of funding the water tanks. I think it was just a typo. Article 9, appropriate fiscal 24 Recreation Enterprise Fund budget. This article is approved yearly to set the budget for the Recreation Department. This year it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $2,084,965. All is specified in the column entitled Recommended Fiscal Year 24, with $1,427,255 to be appropriated from Recreation Department enterprise receipts, $25,000, not 25, from retained earnings, and $617,990 to be raised from the tax levy.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold Article 9? Yes. There's one person who wishes to hold Article 9. Is there anyone else in the auditorium who wishes to hold Article 9?
No.
I see none. Is there anyone in the gymnasium who wishes to hold Article 9?
No.
Article 9 will remain in the consent agenda.
Article 10, appropriate fiscal year 24 Brooks School Apartments Enterprise Fund budget. This article is approved yearly to set the budget for the Brooks School Apartments. This year it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $1,060,466. All is specified in the column entitled Recommended Fiscal Year 24 Brooks School Enterprise Fund, with $960,466 to be appropriated from Brooks School Enterprise receipts and $100,000 to be transferred from Brooks School Apartments Enterprise Fund retained earnings.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold Article 10? In the gymnasium, Ms. LaBelle?
No.
No one wishes to hold it, so.
All right, Article 11, appropriate fiscal year 24 public access operations. This article is approved yearly to provide funding for Weston Public Access, Weston Media Center operations. This year it is proposed to appropriate the sum of $247,650 to come as a grant from the town's PEG receipts.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold Article 11?
Oh.
There you go. Does anyone in the gymnasium wish to hold Article 11?
No.
Mr. Houston?
Article 12, appropriate for operating expenses and capital items. This article authorizes the town to appropriate the sum of $1,795,600 to be transferred from certified free cash for the following purposes. Phase 3 network improvements, $593,600. Replacement ambulance, $495,000. Drainage improvements, $400,000. Cherry Brook culverts, $136,000. Master plan consulting fees, $100,000. Route 20 and Wellesley sidewalk design, $41,000. And transfer station planning and study, $30,000.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold Article 12? No one is indicating so. In the gymnasium, Ms. LaBelle?
No.
Thank you. Mr. I'm sorry.
If I read it right, that's right.
Thank you. Mr.
Article
Houston?
13, easement to Verizon at Landsec Farm at 90 Wellesley Street. This article provides for a utility easement for Verizon New England to be laid at 90 Wellesley Street, a property where the current Landsec Farms is located.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold Article 13? I don't see any hands. In the gymnasium, Ms. LaBelle?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Houston?
Article 14, vote to establish opioid settlement stabilization fund. This article authorizes the town to create a new special purpose stabilization fund for current and future payments to the town through a variety of opioid settlements due to litigation.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold Article 14? I see no hands. In the gymnasium, Ms. LaBelle?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Houston?
Article 15, amendments to Article 20 of the town bylaw, dog bylaw. This article amends the current dog bylaws by retitling the article and makes technical changes to the definition of service animals.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold this article? I don't see any hands. In the gymnasium, Ms. LaBelle?
No.
Thank you.
And Article 16, appropriate for community housing, the Regional Housing Services Office and Housing. This annual article request allows the town to continue its participation in the Regional Housing Services Office and obtain housing staff support. This year it is proposed that the sum of $42,000 be transferred from the Community Preservation Fund Community Housing Reserve to support the Regional Housing Services Office as approved by the Community Preservation Committee.
Does anyone in the auditorium wish to hold Article 16? I see no hands. In the gymnasium, Ms. LaBelle?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Houston. We've now determined that the consent agenda is composed of all Articles 3 through 16. May I now suggest that a motion would be in order to approve the articles comprising the consent agenda as printed in the warrant and as further just described by Mr. Houston. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? The consent agenda is not debatable. So before we vote, let me remind you that because one of the articles comprising the agenda requires a two-thirds vote, a two-thirds vote will be required to approve this motion. We will now vote. All in favor of Mr. Houston's motion, please press button 1. All opposed, please press 2. The voting window is open. You have 30 seconds. 1 to vote in favor, 2 to vote no. And the voting period has now ended. And we'll wait a minute for the computer to do its job. .435 votes in favor of the consent agenda, 34 votes against the consent agenda, I declare that the consent agenda passes by a 2/3 majority. Thank you all very much. That was fun. And very efficient. We will now proceed to Article 17, to amend the general bylaws Wetlands Protection Bylaw. Is there a motion under Article 17?
Good afternoon, or good evening. I'm Joe Berman, 9 Maple Road. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission.
Mr. Berman.
I move that the town approve Article 17 as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? Mr. Berman?
I'll do it, I guess. Yeah. Okay, good, okay. Am I good to go? Okay, good, thanks. Good evening, everybody. My name is Joe Berman. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission. The commission is here tonight seeking town approval for some minor and limited changes to the way that we protect wetlands in our town. First, some background. The Conservation Commission does a lot of things to protect Weston's natural resources. We oversee nearly 2,000 acres of open space and 100 miles of trails. In addition to that work, we enforce what's known as the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, the WPA. The WPA is a state statute that's been in effect since 1974, and it protects wetlands and associated areas. A wetland is defined by the state statute, the WPA. In general, a wetland is defined by its soil, its vegetation, and the habitat. If, based on the science, an area meets the statutory criteria, it's designated as a wetland and subject to protection. In addition to protecting the wetlands themselves, anyone proposing a project within 100 feet of a wetland or within 200 feet of a perennial stream or river must receive a permit from the commission. The reason for this is to make sure that work within what we call the buffer zone will not adversely impact the wetland. Wetlands provide essential free public benefits, including flood control and storm damage prevention, filtration of pollutants so they don't enter surface and groundwater supplies like our drinking water, and wildlife habitat protection. Wetlands are comparable to rainforests and coral reefs in their productivity and biodiversity. Less tangibly, wetlands protect critical aesthetic and educational benefits to our town. Equally important, as you can see on this very detailed slide, which I will not go through in detail, wetlands provide a valuable source of carbon storage, even on the local scale. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, wetlands actually surpass every other land cover type in the amount of carbon stored. Wetlands are also important for flood storage and stormwater control, issues that are becoming more important as the planet warms. The graphic displayed on this slide illustrates this point clearly. Well, the script says clearly. I don't know if it actually clearly describes it or not. Weston places a high value on our natural resources that are unique to our town. In addition to the 2,000 acres of open space and extensive trail systems, Weston is home to approximately 815 acres of forested wetland. That's actually over 7% of the total area in the town. We sit within two watersheds, the Charles River watershed and the Sudbury-Assabet Concord River watershed. And we have 9 perennial streams and brooks. Yet, Weston lags behind more than 200 Massachusetts cities and towns that have adopted municipal wetlands protection bylaws aimed at strengthening the State Wetlands Protection Act. This list of 200 includes our neighboring towns of Wellesley, Natick, Wayland, and Lincoln. I want to repeat that what we are proposing to do already has been adopted by 200 of the 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. So now let's get into the details and tell you exactly what we're proposing. First, the state law, the WPA that I mentioned earlier, omits from the statute 2 important natural resources that deserve equal protection under the law. The first are called vernal pools. That's on the slide up there now. The second one is called isolated vegetated wetlands. Vernal pools provide vital habitat and shelter for multiple salamander and frog species. However, vernal pools are currently protected only if they are located within a wetland. Many are actually not within a wetland. The bylaw would protect vernal pools wherever they are located and give them that same 100-foot buffer zone that other wetlands have. Normal day-to-day activities in existing developed areas, including maintaining lawns and landscaped areas in the buffer zone, would be exempt just as they are under the current law, and we'll talk more about exemptions in a minute. The next area that we're going to talk about that's omitted from the state statute are what's called isolated vegetated wetlands. Currently, only wetlands that border a surface water, like a pond or a stream, are protected under state law. So the second area that we would want protected are isolated vegetated wetlands. In other words, as the name implies, wetlands that do not border surface water. There is no scientific basis for not protecting these just as we protect the other wetlands. They provide the same benefits. However, to make the law reasonable, we propose to bring isolated vegetated wetlands within the law only if they cover at least 2,500 square feet of surface area. In addition to adding vernal pools and isolated vegetated wetlands to the list of protected areas, the bylaw would allow Weston to define certain setbacks from the wetlands. As I mentioned before, the commission reviews work within 100 feet of wetlands. These are called the 100-foot buffer zones. Buffer zones are critical because activities undertaken in close proximity to wetlands and streams have a high likelihood of adverse impact on these sensitive areas. I want to emphasize that buffer zones are not no-build zones. They are areas where the commission reviews plans to make sure that they won't negatively impact the wetlands. However, the closer you get to the actual wetlands, the more serious the impacts can be. Thus, in 1998, the Conservation Commission created a local 25-foot no-disturb policy. We have asked applicants to not alter areas within the first 25 feet of a wetland. We're now proposing, slide 10, yep, to enforce the 25-foot no-disturb zone through regulation once the bylaw has been approved. So it would no longer be a policy, it would be a regulation that would be enforceable against everyone. In other words, other than a general policy, we'd have a specific regulation. The commission would continue to allow work in the 25-foot no-disturb zone in cases where there are no alternatives or in situations where there are pre-existing structures or landscaping. I want to emphasize that the 25-foot zone already exists as a matter of policy of the commission. By making it a regulation, we will treat every applicant the same. A regulation will aid us in our efforts to be even more consistent and transparent. Most of our neighboring towns have an enforced 25-foot rule, and you can see a list of those towns behind me. Finally, most violations of the Wetlands Protection Act are minor accidents, and they're easily addressed with a simple conversation. However, if we are unable to correct the violation with the consent of the property owner, we need to be able to ensure compliance. This bylaw would enable the commission through the conservation administrator to issue fines for noncompliance, similar to procedures used by the building commissioner and the public health director. Such action would be a last resort for repeat or non-compliant offenders to ensure fair compliance and protection of wetlands. Like most municipal bylaws that govern regulatory boards, this bylaw would give the Conservation Commission the authority to promulgate regulations after public notice and public hearing. To be clear, tonight's vote at town meeting will be for the bylaw only. Any proposed regulation would, in addition to going through a hearing at the commission, have to be reviewed and approved by the select board. So we're giving not only the opportunity to comment at the commission, but giving the select board, in effect, the right to veto any regulation that they disagree with. I'd like to address two of the most common questions we hear about our proposed bylaw. How will the permitting process I'm used to under the Wetlands Protection Act change as a result of this bylaw? And my property is not currently subject to the Wetlands Protection Act. Will this proposed bylaw affect me? In answer to the first question, the proposed Wetlands Protection Bylaw would impose little to no change from the current permitting process. The commission is not currently proposing any new fees. There would be no additional application or paperwork requirements. There would be no change to the timeframes. Similarly, there would be no significant change to the current list of exemptions allowable under the Wetlands Protection Act. These include lawn mowing and maintenance, pruning and planting beds would remain exempt from review, existing agricultural exemptions would remain the same, replacement of existing driveways, walkways, patios would be allowable through a simple administrative process. Required septic system work must be permitted, but if it complies with Title V, it is assumed to comply with the Wetlands Protection Act and with the bylaw. Hazard tree removal requests would continue to follow the Commission's existing hazard tree policy. All of these exemptions would remain in place. The answer to the second question is more nuanced. It is inevitable that there will be some households in Weston not currently subject to wetlands protection laws that will be subject to this bylaw. Generally, that would happen only if you have a vernal pool or isolated vegetated wetland on or within 100 feet of your property. We went back and looked at some statistics to prepare for this tonight, and since 1980 approximately, we've had something like 1,400 applications for work come before the commission. We've denied 10 of them. So as you can see, most of the work that comes within our jurisdiction is approved. It's approvable. We just want to make sure that you're moving your project far enough back from the wetlands to make sure that there's no adverse effect on this vital resource area. And again, all of the current exemptions would remain in place. I would like to make clear that this proposed bylaw will not require any additional staff, nor will it impact our municipal budget. As I mentioned, permits issued under the bylaw will utilize existing state forms and will not require additional skills or expertise. In summary, as one member of the Select Board said after reviewing the proposed bylaw, these changes would be very minor. They are tweaks to our current process of protecting wetlands by adding 2 protected areas, giving the Conservation Commission the ability to pass regulations such as a 25-foot no-build zone, subject to Select Board approval, and allow the Commission to issue fines for egregious violations of the law. I think, and we all think, the benefits are clear: added protection for the local environment, doing our small part to fight climate change, transparent and consistent regulation, and a fair and open process. And I would urge you to vote yes for this article. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Sorry. Terry Eastman, 59 Conant Road, also known as 50 Pigeon Hill Road. Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Eastman.
Thank you. I'm the owner and steward of a rather unique property in Weston, which had been the former home of a director of the Arnold Arboretum and his parents before him. This is a property for which the landscape was responsibly planned with the greatest of respect for its existing natural elements, including several wetland areas. Each generation of the family cared so deeply about the long-term health and well-being of their natural environment that in 1976, this Arboretum director took steps to ensure its preservation into perpetuity, and the resulting conservation restriction on any actions that affect the natural landscape have been overseen and stewarded by the Weston Conservation Commission ever since. So as the fortunate owner of this property since 1986, I've had many occasions to interact closely with the head conservation agent, and actually a number of them, excuse me, and members of the commission about my care of my natural world. I have had only the deepest of respect for the commission's integrity and expertise as we have discussed many issues over the years. I'm here tonight to express my full support for the passage of this important Wetlands Protection Act and would urge you to do the same. I'm completely confident that the Commission will act fairly, honorably, and responsibly to preserve our natural resources into the future, and I'm sure that they will continue to honor the trust that we've placed in them, and that passing the act will better ensure that they're able to do their jobs in the best way possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eastman. Does anyone else wish to be heard?
Lori Bent, 326 Conant Road. Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Bent.
I'm a member of the Select Board, and I'm here to tell you that the Select Board has voted in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bent. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Any other board or committee in town? Any resident? Anyone in the gymnasium, Ms. Lobel?
No, I don't believe so.
Ah, I see a hand up. Sir.
Jamie Friel, 21 Buttonwood Lane, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Friel?
Thank you. I guess what I wanted to just say is that we have the full support and acknowledge the fact that the Conservation Committee has done an excellent job in Weston. So my question is why we would need to have a bylaw codified when the work is already considered to be effective. The questions that we haven't had answered yet is how many property owners are going to have their rights infringed by such a change? And I think we should have the right to know that as citizens and residents of Weston before we take a vote and take a decision on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else? Yes, sir. Certainly. Go for it.
Joe Berman, 9 Maple Road. The reason we wanted to do this is because these two areas that we're talking about, vernal pools and isolated vegetated wetlands, are very important. They were left out of the state statute, and based on, as I mentioned in one of the slides, 200 other cities and towns have adopted bylaws that protect these areas. So we just think it's an improvement on top of what we have already to protect these additional really important resource areas. As far as where they are, I would hazard to say that if you have a vernal pool on or within 100 feet of your property, you probably know that you have it. I can't say, as I stand here now, that I can identify all of them, nor would that be at all possible at any time. As I said, this is based on science. It's based on measurements done by a certified wetland scientist. So I have to admit to you that I can't identify every vernal pool or every isolated vegetated wetland in town. Again, I think if you have one on or within 100 feet of your property, you probably know it already. But if in the process of doing work on your property, a wetland scientist identifies that area, we will work with you to make sure that you can do whatever you want to do on your property while still protecting the wetlands. As I mentioned, over 1,400 applications and permits have gone through since 1980. We've denied outright only 10 of them. We work with property owners, we work with engineers, we work with developers to make sure that you can get the maximum use out of your property while still protecting the wetlands.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Are there any other questions or comments in the auditorium? Yes, sir. Please come to a microphone.
Yeah, Alex Trevis, Montvale Road, Weston.
Mr. Trevis?
If you have not identified where these locations are, and you're asking us to vote on this, where you're claiming it's science, and you still don't know where these locations are, and you want to put future restrictions on our property as taxpayers, it seems completely insane that the town would actually vote yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you wish to address the meeting, please come to a microphone. Yes, sir.
Josh Feinblum, 528 Glen Road.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
When I was purchasing 528 Glen Road about 6 years ago, I found myself in Michelle Grisenda's office, the conservation administrator at the time. And I was trying to read the Wetland Protection Act, and it's not really readable. She explained it to me very patiently and convinced me to join the Conservation Commission, which I've been on for 6 years. I care about the environment. I'm not what I would call an environmentalist. What I can say is it is the most reasonable commission I think that exists in town. It's made up of wonderful people, and I'll address these concerns in 1 second. One disclaimer. I found out a couple of months ago, less than that, maybe 6 to 8 weeks ago, that I would be leaving Massachusetts. I've been advocating for this bylaw for probably 3 years for a few reasons. Predominantly to the question, why now? It's very simple. The builders, the developers, the homeowners that we work with all work with the commission. Since I've been on the commission in 6 years, I can think of maybe 3 or 4 people that have taken advantage of it. Additionally, we're all concerned about the 40B projects. We want to give the ZBA one more tool during the comprehensive permitting process to consider how these projects have an effect on our resource areas. We have no tool to do that right now. If the 40B applicants decide that they don't like our policies, which everyone in this room complies with, they can simply appeal our decision for a superseding order from the Department of Environmental Protection. This is not something that will change anything. We've been very cautious. I think this will be the only bylaw in town that gives another body a veto process. We were intentional because while the commission is reasonable now, we wanted to ensure that 10 or 15 or 20 years from now, as the commission changes, that there is still oversight. This bylaw serves one purpose. It is to stop the few that have taken advantage of the fact that we have a policy and not a bylaw. That is it. And it is a very select few, as you can tell by Joe's numbers earlier.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Either.
Hi, Mr. Moderator. This is Katarina Wilkins, 63 Brook Road.
Dr. Wilkins?
I'm also the chair of the Sustainability Committee here in town. We have taken our time to learn about this proposal, and our committee has voted to support it. Beyond what was already mentioned several times, not just carbon, the resilience aspect of this is what is very important for our future in town, because we do have so much wetness, as you probably have experienced before. So we would urge you to support this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Moderator, Vic Rousseau, 186 Miriam Street.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am fairly new to Weston. I've been here about 2 years. So I have a pretty interesting perspective on this, and this is also my first time attending a meeting like this. Where I grew up, things like this didn't really happen, so I'm really thankful to be here with my family. So everything I've heard tonight, by the way, if I get some of these terms wrong, I apologize. I think the Select Committee has done a really good job. Weston is a beautiful place. Our trails are beautiful. And everyone is saying this, and it kind of sounds like a lot of, to me, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? You have to be very careful, and I really appreciate the committee's view on making sure that there are checks and balances. I think that is very admirable, and that the thinking behind all of this is coming from the right place. But we've also heard some feedback that some people on the committee actually don't know specifically what might constitute a wetland on your property. So if they don't know that and you don't know that, how can we vote on it? And I think we just have to be careful to enact more rules when perhaps they're not fully understood. The scope is not fully understood, and if it's already working, why do we need more regulation? And just because other towns are doing it doesn't mean we have to do it either. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go to the gymnasium just to check. Ms. LaBelle, is there anyone in the gymnasium who seems itching to come into the auditorium and speak?
Yes, there is one more person. You have to go in there.
Oh, I have to go in
Yes, yes. She'll be right down.
Come on in, and in the meantime, I'll recognize another individual here.
Josh Feinblum, 528 Glen Road.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
It is broken. The first time, I remember probably when I very first joined the commission, I was speaking with one of my fellow commissioners who helped create the bylaw in Wellesley many years ago. And, we kind of said, it's not broken, why would we fix it? A couple years later, I was walking a site on Boston Post Road, and I sat there asking myself, it was for a 40B, why? Like, why do we sit and have all of the hearings that we have? Because this one project alone, probably removed more trees than, than any of the other projects we permitted since 1980. Can I say for sure that the outcome would have changed if we had a bylaw? No, I can't say that. But I certainly could make an argument to the ZBA that what the project proposed in the state that it ended up being permitted to do that the importance of the no disturb zone and the hundreds, if not thousands, of trees that were removed, big mature trees right up against an important watershed, that they could have modified the project, and the interests of that wetland probably outweighed the importance of affordable housing in that context. We couldn't make that argument. We had probably in the last 2 or 3 years, I don't think in the first 3 years we had really anybody that pushed back against our no disturb policies. What we discovered is a few people realized over the last 3 years that if you don't like the fact that we have a 25-foot no disturb policy, you just appeal it, and DEP will overturn it because it is not a bylaw. It is broken. I don't understand why my property, when I was advocating for this, is up against bordering vegetative wetlands. It's up within 200 feet of a perennial stream. I'm affected by both of these bylaws. As far as the point about whether or not, like how many vernal pools there are in town, Joe made a point that's really important. If you know you have a vernal pool and you don't want to be regulated, vote no. There's not that many of them. But no, we can't go parcel by parcel and determine which properties have a vernal pool. It's not possible, right? There are times where it might come up, but if you have one, you know. So I think that's really important for everybody to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Marcy Goldsmith, 425 Glen Road.
Ms. Goldsmith?
I'm just concerned that we, as residents of the town, don't have enough information yet. When I hear the comment of, well, 200 other towns in Massachusetts have created these bylaws, it reminds me of a young child saying, but all my friends are doing it. And I have been affected by a vernal pool, and I saw something very disturbing happen when between my house at 425 Glen Road and a new house was being built at 441 Glen Road. And originally, when I moved to town, our driveways were merged. And I worked with the developer and the town and the fire department to create 2 driveways instead of 1. This went through many meetings. I won't bore you with all the details. Things got approved. The builder and the landscaper were doing what they were supposed to do based on the approved plans. And in the final day, when some beautiful river rocks were being laid down, basically the Conservation Commissioner said, I don't like it, change it. You can't have 6 inches of river rock, get rid of this. And the landscaper had spent a huge amount of time and money getting this put down. So after the fact, because salamanders were going to be put at risk. It's like, well, why didn't they think about that beforehand? So I agree with the people who say we don't have enough information. This may be a very good thing. And one of the next pieces of information I would love to hear, if this is useful in pushing back 40B projects that could be a problem, well, in those 200 other towns, how many 40B projects have they been able to leverage something because of bylaws like this? And we're not getting that piece of information either. It's just tempting to say, oh, 40B, we'll be able to have some control over what happens. But we don't know how many times that has taken place in the state of Massachusetts. And we do know there's a huge push to create a lot more affordable housing in every town as well as our town. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Ya Tao, 227 North Avenue.
Ms. Howe?
Okay. I've been in this town for almost 20 years, and I want to say that I really, really love this town, and I love all the natural resources. It's so beautiful, and neighbors, lots of volunteers in many communities. So that's opportunity to say thank you, my neighbors and the friends. And what I want to say here is I hear that it's easy to, the process is easy, and I'm wondering, I want to protect the land, wetland as well, but I'm also wondering if there is any monetary involved for the application, and how long does the process goes on? That's my question. As a matter of fact, it doesn't impact me, but as a voter, I feel like probably it helps people to make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Berman, would you care to respond? Yes.
Joe Berman, 9 Maple Road. There won't be any additional money. Whatever fees are already part of the Wetlands Protection Act will remain in effect. We're not adding any additional fees, and as I mentioned in my presentation, we don't expect this is going to add any complexity or time to the permitting process. So there won't be any changes at all whatsoever to the experience that you might have as an applicant coming before the commission to seek approval for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Is there anyone else in the gymnasium who wishes to come forward and speak? Don't hear anybody, Ms. Lobel. Is there anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak?
No.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Yep, please come up to a microphone.
Jamie Friel, 21 Buttonwood Lane.
Mr. Friel.
Thank you. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, as you guys could tell the first time I came up here, but as I was listening to some of the argumentation, I just wanted to call something out. I came to this community 2 years ago, and part of my decision-making process was around looking at some of the other communities in the area. And what I saw were some of the restrictive nature of some of the other communities, and actually it pushed me toward Weston. And for myself, I came to Weston because I appreciate the nature, and I appreciate the fact that we do preserve a semi-rural feeling so close to Boston. And so I just think that we, fundamentally we're using the 40B argumentation to provide us with that lever, but with that comes unintended consequences. And I appreciate the fact that you said that there are a limited number of people perhaps that have vernal pools. But again, it really isn't a question of the number of people. It's a question of whether or not we're willing to abdicate our rights as property owners and allow someone to come in and essentially give up those rights. Is it okay for a few, for the rest of us to say it's okay because we're not impacted? Or is it the fact that we want to protect our property rights in general? So I think without knowing a bit more on just how much power this bylaw would actually have, we should not vote yes on this. In fact, I'm voting no, obviously, but I would just say that the other piece is that today the commission, has done a great job. I think that's acknowledged, and I think a lot of people have really expressed that gratitude. And I just want to call out, I know that, sir, I didn't catch your name, but I know that you've been here and you've been dedicated for the past 6 years on the commission, but you're leaving, and someone else will come in. And as time goes on, that will happen. The commission will change over time, perspectives change, and then maybe the responsible use of the power, it changes over time. And so we don't know what type of power and rights we would cede to such a bylaw. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friel. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on Mr. Berman's motion? Yes, sir. Please come up to a microphone.
I think you do. I'll ask right after.
George Gordon, 297 North Ave, Mr. Moderator.
Sir.
So my question is twofold. I haven't heard any real definition of a vernal pool. It says something about whether there's certain plants, and maybe I just missed it. So if we could find out, so just get clarification, because it seems a little vague. And my second part of the question is, if you do end up having a property that might be affected by this, and now you can't do what you intended to do because of more restrictive legislations, are we going to get any kind of tax exemption for this? Just do other communities give different tax rates if part of your property is wetlands? Just a question.
Would anyone care to respond to the question? Yes, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The question has been moved. It requires a 2/3 vote. It's not debatable. I will call for a vote. All those in favor of ending debate, please press number 1 on your device. All those in favor of continuing the debate, please press 2. The voting window is open. This vote to terminate debate requires a 2/3 majority vote. Yes. Yes. They're not required to answer a question, and the question has been called. So I think that we're just going to leave it where it is right now. Well, you will already. You will already have voted on the question. The voting window has closed. It takes a 2/3 vote to end debate. If we don't end debate, there'll be an opportunity to ask further questions. The vote to end debate was 432 in favor of ending debate, 43 against ending debate. So the question has been called. We'll now proceed to a vote on Mr. Berman's motion. Mr. Berman's motion requires a majority vote. All those in favor of Mr. Berman's motion, please press button number 1. All those opposed to Mr. Berman's motion, please press number 2. When the green light goes on, you may vote. The green light is on. On Mr. Berman's motion, the motion is adopted by a vote of 311 to 148. 311 in favor, 148 against. Passes by a majority vote. We will now proceed to Article 18, appropriate for fiscal year 2024 Community Preservation Committee operating budget. Is there a motion? I'm sorry.
Can we get Tech up here? Is, oh, never mind, thank you.
Oh, wrong one, sorry. I think you got it.
Steve Ober, 11 Ridgeway Road, member of the Community Preservation Committee. Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Ober.
We haven't done this in a few years, not since before the pandemic, so we figured this was a good time to give the kind of update on the CPA fund. Whoa. Motion first.
Motion first.
Motion first. My apologies.
My apology.
I move that the town hear and act on the report of the Community Preservation Committee on the fiscal year 2024 community preservation budget and appropriate or reserve the following amounts from the Community Preservation Fund as follows, as shown on the slide.
Is there a second for Mr. Ober's motion?
Thank you.
Mr. Ober?
As I said, we haven't done this in a few years. Obviously, I'm rusty. We thought it was a good time to give an update on the CPA fund. Again, we haven't done it since before the pandemic. This update will cover the status of the CPA fund, describe the fund's ability to afford the proposed CPA projects for this town meeting, and indicate the CPC support for the projects. For those who may be new to the town or to town meeting, a quick refresher on the CPC is as follows. CPC is a 9-member committee. 4 CPC members are from other town bodies, with representatives from the Conservation Commission, the Historical Commission, the Planning Board, and the Affordable Housing Trust. 4 at-large members are appointed by the town moderator. I'm one of those. The 9th member is appointed by the Select Board with a focus on recreation and parkland interests. And at this point, that representative is actually a member of the Recreation Commission. The CPC reviews proposals from various sponsoring bodies in the allowable categories of expenditures, which are open space, historic preservation, community housing, and recreation is a subset of open space. We then make recommendations on projects we view as worthy for town meeting consideration. So this first slide is a cumulative, life-to-date summary that shows where we estimate the CPA fund to be, or will be, at June 30, 2023, the end of the current fiscal year. Revenues of approximately $58.7 million since inception of the fund in fiscal year 02, excuse me. Revenues include the 3% property tax surcharge, the state match, and investment income earned on fund balances. A note on the state match, it is paid 1 year in arrears. It was at 100% in the early years through fiscal year 07, then gradually declined as more cities and towns signed up for the CPA, and then fluctuated somewhat from year to year, with the fiscal 23 level at 42% based on the fiscal year 22 surcharge. We've had appropriations of just under $53.9 million through fiscal year 23. The appropriations number does not include future committed debt service on projects that have been approved and bonded. It only includes principal and interest payments made to date. It also shows administrative expenses incurred to date and appropriations returned to the fund. We are anticipating at this point a fund balance of just about $6.35 million at June 30, 2023. A note on the CPC administrative budget. This question came up in years past. The budget funds routine administrative expenses, for example, a part-time staff person, postage, supplies, advertising for public hearings. The majority of the CPC administrative funds, however, have been used to fund feasibility and environmental assessments, appraisals, and other types of studies which enable the CPC and voters at town meeting to make informed decisions about capital requests. The CPC typically spends well less than its budgeted amount, and any unused administrative appropriation is returned to the CPA fund at the end of the fiscal year. More to come on the life-to-date information later on in this presentation, and you'll also see fiscal year 23 by itself in just a few minutes. So the revenue number you saw on the first slide, $58.7 million. This is the details of that number. There's been approximately $38.25 million in surcharge revenue, approximately $17 million in state matching funds, again with a 1-year lag in the state match. So there's 1 year's fewer dollars in the state match line than in the surcharge line. So on a life-to-date basis through fiscal year 23, recognizing the 1-year lag in timing, we have received an aggregate state match of about 44.5%. And there's also been about $3.4 million in investment income and a small amount of donations. These are the projects that are being considered tonight. There are 3 of them for a total of $1,962,000. You've already approved the community housing request for $42,000 under Article 16 in the consent agenda. And now this takes the number you saw just a minute ago for the June 30, 2023 and projects it forward for fiscal year 24 activity. The revenue number of $3.4 million is about $2.58 million in surcharge, estimated state match at this point of $805,000, which we are conservatively estimating at this point at 32%, not the 42% we got in the current year, and a small amount of investment income. The fiscal year 24 requests amount includes all projects before us at this town meeting, assumes that they're all approved for purposes of this illustration. And we are reserving expecting to reserve an administrative expense amount of $169,000. Also shown on this slide is the fiscal year 24 debt service. This includes the purchase of Case Estates, the renovations of the old library and Josiah Smith Tavern, the acquisition of the 500 Wellesley Street parcel, the renovation of the Memorial Pool, and the remainder of the Brook School Apartments expansion project from a number of years ago, all of which were previously approved at town meeting. And so we're estimating at this point a fund balance at June 30, 2024 of approximately $5.9 million heading into fiscal 25. Also note that the projected balance at June 30, 2024 does not consider any project requests that might be presented to a special town meeting in the fall or winter of 2023. So this is fiscal 23 and 24 side by side. I said we'd show you fiscal 23 by itself instead of life to date. These are what those numbers look like. Fairly static fund balance from the beginning of 23 to the end of 24. This shows the proposed allocations, which is what this particular article is all about. The proposed allocations to the 3 CAPA categories: open space, historic preservation, and community housing. Again, recreation falls into the open space category for this purpose. As a reminder, a minimum of 10% of annual CPA revenue must be allocated to each category, and amounts expended from each such category must be for the indicated type of project. We propose to allocate more than the minimum required allocation when there is existing debt service in a given year that would require more than the balance in that particular category after considering the minimum allocation, which is the case in fiscal 24 for open space and historic resources. For open space, it's due to Case Estates, 500 Wellesley Street, and Memorial Pool debt service. And for historic preservation, it's due to the debt service on the old library and Josiah Smith Tavern. So that's why you see these numbers. The community housing number is at the 10% level. The other numbers are bigger because of the debt service. Projects approved at this town meeting will be funded to the extent of available funds in the respective category for that type of project. Otherwise, all approved projects will be funded above and beyond the particular category with funds from the unallocated bucket. This approach preserves maximum flexibility beyond the minimum statutory allocations to the 3 categories. And in addition, we can't allocate any more than 5% of the revenues to the administrative bucket. So I want to take you back to the first slide. This was the slide at the very beginning, the life-to-date one. The middle 3 numbers here, project appropriations, administrative expenses, and appropriations returned to the fund, together they represent the net expenditures of the CPA fund over its existence in Weston. That net expenditure number for the life of the CPA in Weston is $52,355,792. That's the sum of those 3 numbers. I'd like to provide a little history, detail, and additional color on those expenditures. If you take that 52 million number, 52 million plus number that, of net expenditures that I just described through fiscal year 23, and you add to it the committed principal only of debt service. We talked about the 6 debt service projects that require future debt service payments from the CPA fund. Again, principal only, no interest. You get the data that supports the information shown in this pie chart. It shows cumulatively where net CPA appropriations have gone in terms of the various categories. Keeping in mind, again, recreation is part of open space. It's not a category of its own. We've presented those components of the life-to-date appropriation separately for purposes of this pie chart, just so you have that information. As noted earlier, the CPA was adopted in Weston in 2002. At the time of adoption, the three main objectives of proponents of the CPA had in mind were the possible acquisition of the Case Estates land and the repurposing/preservation of the old library in Josiah Smith Tavern. The goal of the CPA in Massachusetts and its adoption in Weston was to provide a way to enhance the quality of life in Weston and to provide a funding source for certain quality of life projects that might not otherwise get funded out of the normal operating budget, and where that funding vehicle would exist in both good financial times and more difficult ones, with matching contributions from the state. As such, we believe the projects proposed for CPA funding should be looked at fundamentally differently than items funded via the operating budget. The funding for the acquisition of the Case Estates land was approved in the early years of the CPA in Weston, although its acquisition wasn't finalized until a number of years later. Other worthy CPA projects came along while the repurposing of the old library in Josiah Smith Tavern was still under consideration, and the Case Estates negotiations were continuing. And many of these other projects were funded by town meeting while we continued to build the CPA fund in anticipation of what would happen with the old library in the Josiah Smith Tavern. In the meantime, at 2013 annual town meeting, the first of two challenges to the CPA surcharge by citizens petition was considered, proposing to reduce the surcharge from 3% to 1%. The petition was defeated comfortably. The next year, 2014 annual town meeting, another citizens petition was considered that would reduce the surcharge from 3% to 1%, this time with the active support of the Finance Committee for the reduction. Notably, none of the three primary objectives had come to full fruition at that point. Once again, the petition was comfortably defeated. A major point of emphasis in defeating these two challenges was the quality of life aspect of the CPA projects done in the first 10+ years of the CPA in Weston, as well as what various sponsoring groups saw coming on the horizon. The old library at Josiah Smith Tavern repurposing endeavors have since been completed, along with a number of other worthy CPA projects. How many projects? Over 90 separate CPA fund project appropriations have occurred since it was adopted in Weston. Looking at this pie chart, the slice for historic preservation on a life-to-date basis is at 37%, including that committed debt service principal only, representing over 40 separate appropriations that were approved by town meeting, including those related to the old library and Josiah Smith Tavern. Open space and recreation together have another 38% slice, with over 30 separate appropriations that were approved by town meeting, including the Case Estates acquisition, 500 Wellesley Street, the Memorial Pool renovation, etc. Community housing has the smallest slice on a life-to-date basis at 23%, representing over 20 separate appropriations, including the Brook School Apartments expansion, Warren Avenue construction, as well as projects on Vile Street, Birch Lane, Pine Street, at Merriam Village, and several others. Where do these projects come from? The sponsoring bodies of CPA projects have included the Select Board, Historical Commission, Affordable Housing Trust and its predecessor, the Housing Partnership, the Conservation Commission, Recreation Commission, Recreation Master Plan Steering Committees, 2 iterations thereof, the Field Steering Committee, Elderly Housing Committee, Traffic and Sidewalk Committee, Case Campus Master Plan Committee, Town Center Planning Committee, Friends of the Josiah Smith Tavern, the Rail Trail Advisory Group, Tree Advisory Group, the Town Manager, the Town Library, the Western Affordable Housing Foundation, Inc., WAFI, a local nonprofit, Merriam Village, the Weston Historical Society, Weston Media Center. My apologies if I've overlooked anybody. We've obviously had a robust engagement of the community in discussions about possible CPA projects over the past 20 years. We understand from talking with the Community Preservation Coalition, a nonprofit that provides guidance and support to towns that have implemented the CPA, that there are towns that may come up short in terms of considering projects in a particular category, let's say community housing, and where the local CPC had to take additional steps in an effort to implement that particular part of their program, such as reaching out, again related to community housing, to an organization like Habitat for Humanity to encourage them to come forward with potential CPA-eligible projects in that town in the community housing category. As the pie chart and the other numbers I highlighted would indicate, we have not had that issue in Weston. All sectors have been actively represented and engaged. As noted earlier in this presentation, the CPC includes representatives from or representing other town bodies, including Historical Commission, Conservation Commission, Affordable Housing Trust, and recreation interests. 4 of the largest sponsoring bodies of CPA projects in Weston. As such, members of the CPC receive regular updates from the representatives of those sponsoring bodies and have as up-to-date an understanding for what might be coming in those CPA categories. What's on the horizon for the CPA fund? Well, there's debt service, the 6 projects that we've mentioned previously, but there's still room for projects like the ones before you at this annual town meeting. We continue to monitor projections of the CPA fund balance going out over the next 20 years, with an even greater emphasis on strategizing around how our CPA dollars should be spent. Looking further into and then beyond the next fiscal year and beyond the information on these slides, the CPC is anticipating near-term requests relating to several different proposals for community housing, recreation, historic preservation. For example, we know the Elderly Housing Committee is actively looking to add more senior housing units in Weston, whether at the Brooks School Apartments location or elsewhere in town. And the Recreation Master Plan Steering Committee has a list of remaining priorities that it continues to look at and think through, while the Historical Commission has its own list of potential projects. It's expected that the CPA fund balance will remain fairly stable at its current level over the next few years as we continue with debt service payments on previously approved projects and as other identified CPA proposals in the near-term time horizon come before town meeting. The CPC voted unanimously to support the 3 CPA proposals before you tonight, and the one, including the one in the consent agenda and the other 2 that will follow this article. The CPC believes it has been and will continue to be thorough and prudent in vetting CPA project proposals that come before it before recommending them to town meeting. CPC believes these projects are consistent with that quality of life perspective and are worthy of town meeting consideration. They can be afforded based on the CPA fund numbers you've seen tonight, and we request your support for these articles, including the budget allocation article before you under Article 18. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ober. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Houston.
Hi, Christopher Houston from the Select Board. First, I want to just say that the Select Board unanimously supports this particular motion, but I'd also like to take this occasion to thank Steve Ober because he is stepping down after 17 years as the chair of the CPC. I can tell you that is not just a long time, but it's a long time and a very difficult job, and not just because of the 90-plus projects he cited that the CPC has done, but one of the other impressive figures is how many have not been done, and that's been in part because Steve and the committee, under his chairmanship, which is 17 of the 21 years it's been around, have been very diligent in pushing back on projects, and so there are a lot of projects that don't see the light of day when they don't make sense, or even of the 90 that have been approved, some of them have come back in a much more economical and effective way than they were originally proposed. So really want to thank him for that. Appreciate it, and good luck to the CPC going forward.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on Mr. Ober's motion? I see no one in the auditorium. In the gymnasium, Ms. LaBelle?
No.
Thank you. Then we will proceed to a vote on Mr. Ober's motion, which requires a majority vote. All those in favor of Mr. Ober's motion under Article 18, please press number 1. If you're opposed, please press number 2. The green light is on. Voting period has concluded, and the outcome of the vote Mr. Ober's motion passes by a comfortable majority of 358 to 30. Thank you. We will now proceed to Article 19, Appropriate for Open Space, Case Estates, Rhododendron Garden Revitalization. Is there a motion under Article 19? Mr. Ober. There you go.
Here we go. I move that the town transfer $20,000 from the open space allocation of the Community Preservation Fund and approve Article 19 as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second?
I'd like to turn the presentation over to Michael Herity.
Michael Harity, 695 Boston Post Road.
Mr. Harity.
Moderator.
Mr. Harity.
So I'm here to seek your request for a $20,000 investment of Community Preservation Act funds to complete a feasibility study of rejuvenating the rhododendron garden at the Case Estates. The total cost of this analysis will be $25,000, and we have received a commitment from Weston 300 Fund to contribute $5,000 toward this cost. Now, the rhododendron garden lies, as you see in the yellow on the slide behind me, between the Legacy Trail and Louisa's Wall. Many people don't know about Louisa's Wall because it's hard to see from town land, although it's a historic asset owned by the town. In fact, when it was built about 100 years ago, it was the the tallest dry-laid fieldstone wall in the Northeast, and it remains at that point today. I would also note that in hopefully less than 6 months' time, the two buildings on the Case Estates, so the two parcels on the Case Estates, which encompass 3 buildings, will be offered for sale in RFPs. So the access to the Case Estates will be solely from the Case campus and along the Legacy Trail. People will no longer be able to pull into the driveway there and access the park. So we think this is particularly important to add some additional amenities along the Legacy Trail. Next slide. So why are we going to rejuvenate this garden area? Well, there's some plants, some rhododendrons that were planted there over 100 years ago and around 1910 by Louisa Case. And there's also access to the Louisa's wall, which is almost invisible today. Those of you who have happened to wander into this area off the trail, especially in May and early June, may have noticed that the rhododendrons planted there over 100 years ago are still blooming and quite beautiful. Next slide. So what's the current condition of this garden? Well, it's surprisingly in good shape. Yes, it's got invasives in it, but the rhododendrons are still doing well, as are some ground covers, and the rejuvenation of it will require significant work, but it will restore some of the original rhododendrons from Louisa Case and add some new plantings based on whatever the schematic design from a landscape architect comes up with. If you move to the next slide. So here is the budget for our feasibility study. There are 3 components to it. There's a schematic design, and we hope that many people will be involved in providing input. We'll be going to various committees and groups to get their input. There's a project cost estimate once that schematic design is completed. And importantly, there'll be an annual maintenance cost estimate. As many of you know, CPA funds can be used for capital improvements, but it's our regular tax dollars that fund maintenance, and we want to be sure that we understand what those numbers are and that they are kept to a minimum as part of both the design process and the oversight of this work. If you go to the next slide. At this point, we have not a lot of information to go by to give you a sense of what this project could cost if we proceed forward. That will be the undertaking of our feasibility study. But we have developed a budget, and I would point to a couple things on it. The design work, if we proceed ahead, and that would be something we would bring back to this committee or to the annual town meeting a year from now, would probably be an additional $45,000 for architectural fees, landscape architectural fees, and additional consulting fees. And the construction would be about $280,000, but a bit less than half of that will be for two things that are not associated with the landscaping itself, and that would be repairs to Louisa's Wall, as well as additional paths that would be constructed as part of this work. We've also made an estimate of what we think the annual costs are going to be for maintaining this. Those of you who know about woodland gardens realize that it's not the same as a garden with a lot of annual plants. With a combination of the woodland plants and the ground cover, the landscaping will be relatively, or the landscape maintenance will be relatively small. And it is our hope that during the year ahead, we will attract contributions, both financial and time commitments, to keep this number quite small and to have some funding available to pay for it. So in conclusion, I would like you to vote yes on this feasibility study. I realize it's hard for you when you don't know what else is available for the spending of CPA funds. We think this is a reasonable expenditure to do the feasibility study, and we think it will be a good addition to the Case campus, to the Case estate, and a provision of both additional open space as well as recreational space, and accessible from the Case campus, where we have the Council on Aging and the various schools who will be able to utilize this. So we hope you will vote yes on this article.
Thank you, Mr. Harity. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of this motion? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Ms. Reitano.
No one here.
Thank you. We have one speaker in here so far.
Lisa Reitano, 409 Conant, Finance Committee.
Ms. Reitano.
The Finance Committee voted to oppose this article by majority vote. Our vote was not due to the project in particular, but rather due to concerns we have about the whole CPC planning and approval process. To explain our position, we need to consider the history of the CPA in Weston. The advantage of participating, of course, is that we get state matching funds and we can build a pool of money to pay for projects that qualify. And again, as Steve mentioned, when we voted as a town to participate, we had some specific large projects that we wanted to do that would qualify, including the purchase of the Case Estates, the renovation of the JST, and the renovation of the old library, which is now the Weston Arts and Innovation Center. But now that those projects are done or still being funded, what projects should we be doing? The current process is that someone submits a project to the CPC. The CPC determines if it meets the criteria. Does it fall into one of those three buckets of open space, recreation, historical, or community housing? And if it does, and they basically have the funds, for it, they pretty much approve it. So the FinCom would like to see more long-term planning around projects that come to the CPC, so we can make sure we have money for future projects that are coming that maybe are more needs versus wants. And our concern is if we spend our CPC money on wants or something that just happens to come along, we don't have it for something that is more needed that would qualify. And then if something's a need, that project will slop over to the general fund, and then it'll increase your tax bill to pay for it. And it's better if we can pay for something through the CPC if we have the money for it. We also would like to make sure that there's a plan for ongoing maintenance for those projects that will require it, like the rhododendron garden, considering that maintenance is not going to be covered by CPA funds. So we'd like to see the CPC develop a cohesive long-term plan and make recommendations for projects that are consistent with that long-term plan so that we can feel comfortable recommending approval for projects in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reitano. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Jeff Goldberg. We moved here last August. And
Mr.
this
Goldberg.
is the first meeting I've attended. Usually I step back from mics. I'm sorry, I'm very loud. Just a really quick question, just as a...
Mr. Goldberg, quickly, could you just give me your address?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
My wife reminded me before I came up here. 16 Kendall Common Road.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Rhododendrons are toxic. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't preserve historic rhododendrons, but I would like to see a plan for how to deal with the fact that we're preserving and increasing the number of toxic plants in the environment before we move forward with this. So I would hope that any study that we're doing, any feasibility study we're doing on this project includes plans for dealing with the toxicity involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to Mr. Yes?
Leslie Glynn, 242 Merriam Street.
Ms. Glynn?
Thank you. I am both on the CPC and on the crew who put together the proposal for the rhododendron garden. I want you to know I did not vote on the CPC for the rhododendron garden. Sorry. You're welcome. I want to respond to the comment the gentleman just made because I heard it through a group that had posts online. And I basically called the president of the Massachusetts Beekeepers Association. I emailed her. Her name is Mary Duane, and she wrote back the following. I have many rhododendrons in my yard and throughout my neighborhood. I don't see this as a problem since there are many other plant sources at that time for rhododendrons in bloom. In my 20-plus years of beekeeping, I have never heard of a problem. So to say rhododendrons are toxic, there are a lot of things in your garden you shouldn't be chewing on. I think, again, this is a $20,000 feasibility study, which will help us determine where we go. It's going to be a very transparent and inclusive project because a lot of people will have ideas. And I think you should all remember that not everybody in Weston can deal with active recreation. There are a number of us out there who want passive recreation. And I think this would fit that bill very well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Glynn. Is there anyone in the gymnasium who wishes to be heard, Ms. LaBelle?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you very much. Sir, please come on up.
Hi, Mike Pemstein, 7 Conan Road.
Sir.
I just had a question about how the CPC funds are utilized if they aren't used for these projects, because the concern on the Finance Committee was that these funds wouldn't be available for later projects that we may need. So it's a now versus later question, but what happens to these funds if they aren't used for the current project? Are they invested? Are the trusts going to grow? That's my main concern.
Thank you. Mr. Ober, do you care to respond?
Sure. So the revenue numbers that we presented, they go into the fund, and some portions of them go into specific buckets. The large piece goes into an unallocated bucket, and then we propose these projects. If the projects aren't approved, and we've had that happen before at town meeting, then the funds are still in the fund for future use, whether they are in a particular bucket or in the unallocated bucket.
Thank you, Mr. Ober. Any further comment or questions? Not in the auditorium. In the gymnasium, Ms. LaBelle?
No, we have none.
Great, thank you. So we will proceed to a vote on Mr. Ober's motion under Article 19. This requires a majority vote. All in favor, please press 1. All opposed, please press 2. The green light is on. The voting window is now closed. This requires a majority vote. Mr. Ober's motion under Article 19 is defeated by a vote of 187 to 182. It fails to achieve a majority vote. We will now proceed to Article 20. Appropriate for recreational use, build pickleball courts and rehabilitate tennis and basketball courts at Burchard Park. Is there a motion under Article 20?
Marcy Dorna, a member of the CPC Committee and the Recreation Committee. Mr. Moderator,
Ms. Dorna, please proceed.
I move that the sum of $1.9 million be money for land for recreational purposes under the Community Preservation Program to build pickleball courts, rehabilitate tennis courts, and basketball court at Burchard Park, 269 Concord Road, Weston, including all incidental and related costs, be spent under the direction of the town manager, and as funding therefore, and to transfer said sum and portion thereof from unallocated allocation of Community Preservation Fund or otherwise.
Is there a second? Ms. Dorna, before you proceed, I just wanted to mention quickly that it's contemplated that there is a possibility of three motions under this article. The first motion that you're being asked to consider relates to the entire set of projects as a whole, as a single unit. If that motion passes, then we'll be done. If that motion fails, we'll move on to a second motion, which would be to consider pickleball independently. And if that fails, we would go on to a third motion, which would be to continue to consider tennis and basketball independently. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did. Excuse me, Mr. Moderator. Should I read the entire motion or just the first section? Correct. Correct.
Yes,
That's
sorry.
correct.
I got that wrong.
So for as a point of order, Mr. Moderator, should I read all 3 points or should I do one and then take a vote and then proceed?
I think it's fine to proceed under motion number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Article 20, this article proposes building new pickleball courts and constructing the existing tennis and basketball courts at Burchard Park. Building of pickleball courts was identified as a top priority in the 2020 Recreational Master Plan. In 2021, a feasibility study was conducted using $20,000 of Community Preservation Act funds, which identified Burchard Park as the best location for pickleball. A special town meeting in September 2022, $85,000 of CPA funds was approved for pickleball design. Having completed the design, funding is now being requested for construction. Tennis and basketball court maintenance and rehabilitation is also a top priority of the Recreational Master Plan. In spring and summer of 2022, a study was conducted on the condition of all town-owned outdoor tennis and basketball courts. The Burchard Park courts were determined to be in poor condition due to excessive surface and foundational cracking. The Burchard Park courts were determined to be, the study recommended full replacement if funds were readily available, otherwise the courts should be repaired and resurfaced. In August of 2022, a solicited quote for repair and resurfacing came with a recommendation to not conduct this work because of the severity of the cracking. Instead, a full construction was recommended. In fall 2022, the Recreation Master Plan Steering Committee confirmed that replacing the tennis and basketball courts at the same time as building pickleball courts would result in a significant cost savings. In October 2022, the Recreation Commission approved $30,000 of retained earnings for the design of demolition and reconstruction of the tennis and basketball courts. The Recreation Master Plan Steering Committee recognizes that this town meeting is the first one to address tennis and basketball, which is different than the common practice here in Weston. Therefore, we have worked with town council and the moderator to allow the residents to vote on tennis and basketball separate from pickleball if they so choose. This article will be put forward with the possibility of 3 motions being made. Motion 1, the amount requested under motion 1 is $1.9 billion. $1.9 million is motion number 1. Excuse me?
Did you say billion or
Excuse
million?
me, I thought I said a million. My apologies.
Some people thought you said billion.
So, well, we'll take whatever you give us, but no, 1.9 million, I stand corrected, thank you. And let me just reiterate that the 1.9 million is to build the pickleball courts, rehabilitate the tennis and basketball courts as one project. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak in support of Ms. Dorna's motion? Ms. Crocker.
There was a little bit of confusion right there. So we're going to start afresh.
Would you please state
Yes.
your name and address?
I'm getting there. I'm Melissa Crocker. I live at 56 River Road. I'm representing the Recreation Master Plan Steering Committee as the chair, and I'm also a member of the Recreation Commission.
Ms. Crocker.
Let me state first motion 1. I moved that the town transfer $1.9 million from the unallocated allocation of the Community Preservation Fund for the purpose of building pickleball courts and rehabilitating tennis and basketball courts at Burchard Park, 269 Concord Road, including all incidental and related expenses, such funds to be expended upon the direction of the town manager.
Should we clarify, is there a second for that specific motion as read? Thank you, Ms. Crocker.
Okay. The committee serves as the focal point for recreational use and improvements to town and school rec facilities and fields. Over the last several years, we've developed a 10-year master plan published in 2020, and we are now implementing it. It represents residents' needs and provides a detailed and prioritized schedule for recs, fields, and facilities. While not explicitly part of our charge, we have a fiduciary responsibility to all of Weston's taxpayers, including ourselves. Slide. Design fees for pickleball were approved at Design fees for pickleball were approved at the fall town meeting. Last summer, the rec department had a study done of the tennis and basketball courts around town and learned the ones at Burchard were in the worst shape. They'd set aside $30,000 to fix the court, but the contractors they brought out said the courts were unsalvageable. The foundational cracking was too much to repair. Whatever repairs they could do, the courts would still need to be replaced in 3 to 5 years. Thinking there would be economies of scale if we were to do these courts at the same time as the pickleball courts, the Rec Commission voted to use $35,000 of retained earnings on design fees for new tennis and basketball courts. Redoing these courts is on the master plan's list of things to do next summer. As an aside, but important to note, the Recreation Commission, all of whom are elected officials, voted unanimously to support this project. So we're now requesting to do both projects at the same time, saving about $260,000 if we do so. Next. As Mr. Ober stated, The CPA account has a balance of about $6 million, which is expected to increase over $2.4 million this year alone. This project would use CPA funds. The money is already in the account and is matched by the state. The CPC unanimously supports the use of CPA funds for this project. As he also stated, by law, a minimum of 10% of CPA funds must be spent or set aside for future spending on each of 3 categories: open space, which includes recreation, historic resources, and community housing. This money has been already set aside. This is not money that can be used for schools or water tanks or salaries or buildings or saved for a rainy day. It must be used for projects in those 3 categories only. Next. This project will enhance the quality of life in Weston, as CPA projects are meant to do. Nationwide, pickleball has grown an incredible 159% in the past 3 years, up 86% from 2021 to 2022. And many in the industry think this number is actually higher. Lest you think all of the tennis players are migrating to pickleball, tennis has also seen a surge in popularity, up almost 30% from 2019 to 2021. There are 3 professional pickleball tours in the US already. Tom Brady and LeBron James' own team, among many superstars. For all you skiers, remember snowboarding, hoping, perhaps wishing it was just a trend? Pickleball isn't a trend either. This isn't a sport only for older people. Pickleball is played in PE in the middle school and the high school, and some schools are starting teams. The top woman in the sport is a teenager, the top man in his 20s. Next. The basis of the master plan were surveys sent to the community through multiple means, sent multiple times. The results stated the #1 priority of residents was fixing the town pool, which I'm happy to report is almost complete. The #2 priority was building pickleball courts. There were other ideas: a hockey rink, a field house, a skate park, but not enough people asked for these, and frankly, we didn't think they were realistic or feasible. We tested pickleball by painting lines on tennis courts, but tennis players complained, and the larger nets used in tennis don't work well in pickleball. The committee has discussed and deliberated for years on this. We've put in the time and believe Weston needs pickleball courts to offer another outdoor recreational facility, to provide something adults in town will use, and to offer another way for residents to get exercise and meet other people. Did you know almost 80% of Weston residents are over the age of 18? When we were writing the master plan, pickleball was something a lot of residents wanted. Once COVID hit and people were getting outside to socialize, it became more popular. Rec's programming was and remains popular, often full, and people are out playing on the tennis courts with pickleball lines regularly. There's conflict for court time with tennis players, tennis programming, and rec programming. There's now a huge demand on the 5 courts lined for pickleball, even though tennis nets are longer and 4 inches higher than pickleball ones, and we now need pickleball courts. Not only is that evidenced on the courts, but it was evidenced when voters voted for the design study last fall. If we had more courts, Rec could offer more classes, perhaps host tournaments and open play, all of which could be revenue generators for the department. Next. Playing pickleball is good for you. It gets your heart beating, it burns calories, and it's a better workout than walking. On the social side, it's a community builder. It's social, you make friends. You can show up alone at open play and have people to play with. Over 60% of players and 89% of boomers play because it's fun. Pickleball is a community initiative that centers around connectedness and well-being, and it brings returns like improved physical and mental health, friendships, and a sense of belonging. More of a community feel would be good in this town, particularly amongst people who are older and who don't have kids. It's a way to engage and connect with people you normally wouldn't meet. Pickleball is unique because it's usually played as doubles and often mixed doubles. It's social, a lot of fun, and a way to meet new folks and make new friends. Next. To date, picklers have been playing on makeshift courts. While okay for beginners, even advanced beginners have problem making more strategic shots on these nets. Plus, 2 sets of lines for 2 different sports make things difficult for both tennis and pickleball players. Next. This is the design for the pickleball courts at Burchard, 4 competitively sized ones and 2 wheelchair accessible courts. There's also a space to gather with trees and shrubs surrounding the courts. Next. Now to tennis and basketball. As I said, Weston courts were assessed last year, and these are on our list to fix next summer. We estimate we'll save $260,000 if we do these projects now. In addition, by doing both projects at the same time, we eliminate the need to disrupt Burchard a second summer. Lastly, it's easier to get contractors to do one big project than 2 smaller ones. Next. If you play tennis or basketball at Burchard, you know the courts are a mess. One of our learnings from the master plan is that we need to make sure we're taking care of our existing assets, and these courts need some serious help. That's why we want to include them now, and doing so will make the project less expensive. Next. In terms of rehabbing the courts, they'll remain in the same place. The courts were built in 2008 and are asphalt. Asphalt courts have a life expectancy of 10 to 15 years, so we're living on borrowed time. By redoing them now and ensuring proper grading so erosion won't be an issue, we'll recognize cost savings. Next. Now on to some actual court construction. There's an asphalt alternative called post-tension concrete, which has a life expectancy of at least 30 years, and it's much easier to maintain than asphalt. Recall the lifespan of asphalt is 10 to 15 years, and it usually needs repairs even before 10 years. We're planning to use PTC for all of the courts. It'll save money in the long run and keep the courts online for 30 years rather than taking them offline every 10 to 15 years to be redone. Next. So why do these projects now? The benefits are threefold. Number one, it'll save us money. As I've said, we estimate it will be about $260,000. Number two, Burchard will be under construction for only 1 summer. Number three, it's easier to line up contractors for one project. There has been a long process here, and there has been a lot of discussion leading up to this process. We are dedicated to this. We've deliberated and discussed it. We've met with the CPC several times. We've met with FinCom, with the COA, and with the Rec Commission. The need is there, and people want these courts. After this, there are no significant asks coming from the master plan. We expect that all of these courts will be maintained by the Rec Department as part of their normal operating budget. Next. Please vote yes to support our request to allocate $1.9 million of CPA funds to this project. Doing these projects at once will ultimately save the town quite a bit of money. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this motion? Ms. Raitano?
Lisa Raitano, 409 Conant.
Ms. Raitano?
Finance Committee. The Finance Committee voted to oppose this article by majority vote, but again, our vote was not due to this project or these projects in particular. Rather, it was due to concerns that we have about the whole CPC planning and approval process. So I'm not going to repeat everything I said before, just want to reiterate the issue here again is the FinCom would like the CPC to develop a long-term plan for projects and make recommendations that are consistent with that plan so that we can make sure we have the money to fund various projects anticipated to be coming in the future. Thanks.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? Yes, ma'am.
Georgia Foote, 324 Merriam Street, Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Foote?
I have been here a resident 30-plus years in Weston, and I'm so impressed by all the volunteers and what they've done with the committees, both from CVC to Select Board, everyone. And I'm really impressed with what the Rec Department has done to present this, and I will go on the record say, yes, I do play pickleball, and I love it. So I hope more people will learn about it. It's something, it's new for many. It is an incredible community builder. Come out and play. It is awesome. Please vote yes on Article 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foote. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard? Yes, please. Come on up.
Kelly LaRock, 421 Conant Road.
Ms. LaRock?
Okay. And I am a pickleball addict. Right after COVID lockdown in the summer of 2020, I signed up for pickleball lessons at Burchard Park through the Weston Rec. There, I met a fun group of people who, in the spirit of the pickleball game, self-organized to play outside of our lessons. We brought folding chairs and rotated in if numbers were uneven. We met often at Burchard and quickly grew a love of the sport. As the weather grew cold, some of us moved on to join an indoor facility where we brought in our group of friends with fellow pickleball enthusiasts. Some of them live in neighboring communities which have designated outdoor pickleball courts, like in Millis and Medway. I've been invited to play in their open play. I've always been welcomed by total strangers who are out to meet new people, get some exercise, and improve their game. The design of the courts at Burchard offers the capacity for great groups of open play with ample surrounding areas for groups to gather, watch, and mingle. It'll be a great social spot to get out there, socialize, and get some exercise. I'm at a time in my life when my youngest went off to college. I found myself feeling more and more isolated as many friends from the sidelines of soccer games, the bleachers at swim meets, or the side of the river at a regatta all disappeared from my life as my kids left the nest. It's not easy to meet new friends at my age. Pickleball changed my life in that I've met so many wonderful people on the court whom I now socialize with outside of the court. I can truly call them my friends. It's a great way to meet new people. There's no other rec facility in Weston for adults that offers this, none. Please consider voting yes with me for pickleball, tennis, and basketball. It's time that adults in Weston have more outdoor facilities for our well-being. We wouldn't think twice if this was a kids' facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to be heard? Yes.
Julie Johnstone, 30 Georgian Road.
Ms. Johnstone.
I want to be brief because a lot of what I wanted to say was already said, but I want to go on record in support. I was on the Recreation Commission in 2019 when the conversations began. I do agree it's for adults and children alike. It's a social game. I like to use the analogy of when we brought our children to a playground and you hope that there are other kids there for them to play with. That's what the open concept is like. You show up during a designated time, you put your paddle on the fence, and next four go into and start a game. It's a wonderful way to meet people. Georgia and Kelly, I played with both of them this weekend. I encourage that. I also think it's a great way to get some of the other school teams and school groups involved. I think that I know that certain schools are starting pickleball, not teams or at least activities, and I think it's just a multi-use facility that'll get a lot of use. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnstone. Ms. Bent?
Lori Bent, 326 Conant Road. Mr. Moderator?
Ms. Bent?
Excuse me. I'm here speaking just for myself about why I support pickleball courts. And I realize that the cost is high. I'm calling it $1.1 million. If you count the 12% discount you get for doing the whole project together, it would be about $1.1 million. So that's a big cost. But when you do a cost-benefit analysis, you start with cost, but you also have to look at benefit. And I think this project is going to be a huge benefit for our older residents. And to put it in context, Ms. LaRocque talked about what we do for our kids, and we're very generous with our kids. We spent $3.9 million or $4.8 million in today's dollars for Proctor Field in 2017. So put it in context. The town has been generous in providing recreation facilities like Proctor Field for the younger generation, and I support that. But let's do something for our older residents. As a baby boomer, I'm getting on, and I can't play tennis anymore. I got tennis elbow, but I can play pickleball. And there are a lot of people like me, as you've just heard, who are eager for the opportunity to play pickleball. And in case you think this is a competition between tennis players and pickleball players, think again, because some of the tennis players are going to be the pickleball players of the future. Trust me, 10 or 20 years. So you tennis players are going to be glad to have these courts. This is exactly the kind of project the community preservation funds are intended for. The CPC makes projects like this affordable to towns because the state is paying approximately 42 cents on the dollar, if I got that right. And we have a healthy balance in our CPA fund. We have $6.3 million. So what are we waiting for? Excuse me, what are we waiting for? This is the perfect use for that money. The CPA helps us pay for projects that we like, but that may be hard for the town to swallow. The purpose of the CPA is to encourage projects just like this. As Steve Ober said, and I'll approximately quote him, to say that the CPA is to provide a way to enhance the quality of life and to support projects that might not otherwise be funded. I think this is a perfect definition of this project. The price is just going to go up. Let's do it now. Take advantage of that 12% discount by doing it together with the tennis and basketball courts. Please support this. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bent. Is there anyone else in the auditorium who wishes to be heard? Yes, sir.
Alan Orth, 44 School Street, apartment D171.
Mr. Orth?
I moved to town in 1959 when I was 10, and I've been here ever since, and have been actively participating in recreation. I was elected to the commission when I was 30, and I served 18 years on the rec commission. I very strongly support this motion. Some historical whatever the context. We used to have activities for seniors, not seniors, for middle-aged adults, let's say between 30 and 50. We had a men's softball league that I played in for 17 years. But when youth soccer came in, they took up all the fields, and so there is really nothing for the demographic of 30 to 50 to 60, now 70, to have recreation. And this pickleball thing is really particularly good because just what everybody's saying, it's really a community builder. It's a social game. Almost anybody can play, even me at my age. And I feel that the town committees do a good job, I think, including the finance committee, who's doing their job here, saying that let's be careful about our money. That's their job. But I don't think it's their job to tell the Community Preservation Committee how to spend the money. I think that's a step too far. And I think the Recreation Commission, they've done the master plan. They've done their homework. It's ready. And I've seen it before where something gets voted down and everybody knows it's the right thing to do, so it comes back and then it gets voted in. There's no reason to delay this. It should be voted in.
Thank you, Mr. Orth. I'm sorry, I haven't recognized anybody yet. There's a gentleman up here at this microphone. Do you wish to speak?
Lee McCann, 110 North Avenue, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. McCann?
I move the question.
Question's been moved. Sounds like we're ready to vote, but we'll take a vote on moving the question. As you know, it requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of ending debate, please press number 1. All opposed, please press number 2. The voting light is off. This requires a majority vote. Oh, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. Calling the question. Apologies. The question is, debate has ended. The vote in favor of ending debate was 331 to 21. Thank you. Now, for the more interesting vote, we'll proceed to a vote under the motion to transfer $1.9 million from the unallocated allocation of the Community Preservation Fund for the purposes of building pickleball courts and rehabilitating the tennis and basketball courts at Burchard Park, 269 Concord Road, including all incidental and related expenses, such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. All in favor of that motion, please press number 1. All opposed, please press number 2. And this vote does require a majority vote. The voting window is closed. The motion under Article 20 is approved by a vote of 226 to 137. So, no further motions under Article 20. We'll proceed to Article 21 to appropriate for water tank replacement. Don't everybody go home. Is there a motion under Article 21? Ms. Bent, if you wish to wait just a moment until the people who are exiting, those of you who are leaving the room, please do so quietly so the rest of us can continue. Thank you. Ms. Bent.
Lori Bent, 326 Conant Road. Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Bent.
I move that the town transfer from certified free cash the amount of $1 million to pay costs of siting, design, engineering, and permitting of water storage tanks and related water infrastructure and any incidental and related costs to be spent under the direction of the town manager.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bent, would you like to proceed?
Yes. Leon, you want to? Yep, thanks. So as you just heard in the motion, we're looking for funds so that we can design new water tanks for the town. We're asking the voters to approve $1 million in free cash to design and permit 3 water tanks. The town has been working with Rob Williamson and Amy Coppers of Wright Pierce Engineering. Wright Pierce has decades of experience designing water systems. Rob, who is the senior project manager, is Wright Pierce's Massachusetts water group leader, and he has over 27 years of experience throughout New England. Amy Coppers is the lead project engineer, and she brings over 2 decades of experience in the planning, permitting, design, and construction administration of water engineering projects. So we have a great team. Since I came to town meeting last year, we have made progress on the water tank project. Rob and Amy have taken steps to ensure that this project will comply with the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act, known as MEPA. The Select Board held 3 townwide forums, 1 on hydraulics, 1 on water tank siting, and 1 on finances. And we've made real efforts to keep the town informed by posting information on the town webpage, and we've tried to answer questions that have been posed to us on the project. And as you see, since last year, when I was up here talking about water tanks, we have modified our request to ask only for design funds. And the reason for that is that it will allow time for stakeholders to participate. We'll be scheduling site walks on the 3 tank sites in the next few weeks. And in addition, by asking only for design funds, we'll be able to come back to the town with more accurate construction figures. Next slide. So why do we need new tanks? 2 reasons. Number 1, our tanks are not high enough, and number 2, our tanks are at the end of their service lives. So, this is a slide illustrating what an optimal municipal water distribution system looks like. And as you can see on the left-hand side, you see that blue water tank, and next to it you see the words active storage. That's critical. That active storage is what stores water when you have times of peak demand and everybody wants to use water all at the same time. You have it in storage, like money in the bank, and you can use it. And secondly, it stores energy to create pressure, because this water system works by gravity. Gravity creates pressure, and that's what pushes the water to your tap. All right, next slide. Here's a graphic of Weston's water system, and you can see what's missing. There is no active storage. That means that the highest served customer in Weston is at the same elevation as the water tank. No stored water, no stored energy. Next. Why is having no active water storage a problem? Well, for one, we're not in compliance with state and federal service standards. We need 2.5 million gallons of active storage. We currently have none. This means that our ability to fight fires is compromised. If a fire occurred during drought conditions, when lots of people are watering their lawns and using water, and the water level in the tank gets very low, as it did in 2016, it could be catastrophic. It also means that during periods of high water demand, our pumps are running nonstop. That's not good. The pumps are mechanical, they're subject to failure, they need to be maintained, they need to be able to be pulled offline occasionally. Running a water system on pumps working nonstop is not a healthy condition. Can we solve the problem without adding active storage? Well, as I just said, pumping is unreliable, so that's not a solution. Water conservation, it's a great thing. I'm totally in support of that, but it does not address the pressure issue. Can we solve the problem by putting in another connection to the MWRA? No, that's not what the issue is. We have the water. We have plenty of water. What we don't have is a place to put it. So we solve this problem by harnessing the power of gravity. Gravity never fails. It's the law. That's why municipal water systems are based on elevated water storage tanks. This is a universally accepted way for towns to distribute water. So I said we had two problems. One was a lack of elevation. The other reason is that our tanks are very old. Paynes Hill was built in 1951, Cat Rock, 1946, Doublet Hill, 1931. They're old. We have to replace them now anyway. Maintaining these tanks is getting more expensive and more difficult. So in a way, it's fortuitous that we recognize that we have this need to improve our water distribution system at the same time that our existing tanks are reaching the end of their service lives. This is the moment to do the job, and we should do the job right. Next. So we're asking for $1 million. This slide shows a breakdown of design task by the percent of cost that we anticipate they will take. If it turns out $1 million is not enough, we do have federal ARPA funds in reserve that we can use. When this design phase is completed, the town will have biddable documents and permits in place to construct. Depending on the results of the design, total cost to construct the tanks is estimated to be between $25 and $35 million. It's a big project, and we will have a better number for you when the design is completed. This is a slide showing the estimated project schedule. As you can see, and as I stated before, the MEPA process has already begun. You can see a star on that slide in May 2023. That's us here right now, and this vote. May and June will be dedicated to site coordination with stakeholders, and we'll be scheduling those site visits, as I said. And then the permitting process will proceed as soon as the sites are determined. So I know that constructing new tanks will be expensive. However, this project is not one of those nice-to-have projects. This one's a need-to-have. A reliable, stable, and robust water system is a necessity. It's a fundamental municipal service that we cannot do without. We need this for adequate fire protection for all of our homes. A functioning water system is essential to our property values. I know it's not the most exciting way to spend money, but it's just something we have to do. The town is committed to finding the optimal design for water tanks that will serve Weston well into the future. Please vote yes so that we can get to work to provide this essential service for your safety and your comfort. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bent. Before I go to the microphones, I want to ask if the Finance Committee has any comment.
Lisa Raytano, 409 Conant, Finance Committee.
Ms. Raytano?
The Finance Committee voted unanimously to support this motion. We need water.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Carsten Jonas, 19 Gypsy Trail.
Mr. Jonas?
As she explained, our current water system is extremely outdated and old, and it it needs to be upgraded. It's older than all of our schools, it's older than Disneyland, it's older than a lot of things.
Thank you very much. Everybody walks to the center microphone.
Adrian Giske, 251 Boston Post Road.
Yes,
The protocol is right this time. Get bid documents, drawings and specifications. Will give you current pricing and a credible look into the finances of the future. Good path to go ahead. Vote yes. Thank you.
Isabella Jancourts, 56 Gun Club Lane, Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Jancourts.
My question for the proponents of Article 21 is this. Have you considered reducing the demand on the water tanks by digging private wells for all interested homeowners? If the town were to share this expense with the owners, who would then have free water, there would likely be a great call for these wells. I would also ask whether it is possible that a sufficiently large decrease in demand for water from the town's 3 tanks could mean that we could then repair and refurbish them so that they would be safe and serviceable for the next 80 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bent, would you care to respond?
Lori Bent, 326 Conant Road. So the first point was, could the town dig water wells for everybody in town? Actually, I don't think people in town would want that, because our neighboring towns are on well water and they're struggling with PFAS issues and they're trying to get onto MWRA water. So I don't think that's going to be a popular solution. Would a decrease in the use of water mean that we could live with our current tanks and fix them? No, they're at the end of their useful lives. At this point, it would cost more to repair them or maintain them than it would to replace them. That's just not an economic way to use our money.
Thank you, Ms. Bent. Over here.
Leslie Glynn, 242 Merriam Street. Mr. Moderator?
Ms. Glynn.
Thank you. The Planning Board voted unanimously to support this article, given the obvious town need and the Select Board's commitment to work with the abutters as well as the Planning Board to look for reasonable ways to ameliorate the impact of new heavy construction within 3 Weston residential neighborhoods. Please vote for this article.
Thank you, Ms. Glynn.
Judy Nitch, 17 Blake Road. Mr. Moderator?
Ms. Nitch.
I'm a civil engineer. I understand the concepts that are presented in this article, and I support it, and I hope all of you do as well. I first need to state that I'm here as a resident, not representing Nitch Engineering, the firm I founded 34 years ago, retired from 3 years ago, and has been a consultant to the town. I'm not on any town committees. I've attended all the forums, and I've read the reports related to this article, though. So speaking as a resident, I endorse the allocation of funds for the design and the permitting of the water tanks. Voting no on this would be irresponsible. I know that funding infrastructure isn't a popular thing, but it's an investment in our town. This investment in design and permitting at this point in time will move the project along from the master plan phase. We'll have a chance to look at it again before we vote funds for construction. It's the logical next step for our town to make an informed decision on all of our behalfs. It'll provide more information for the abutters to the 3 tanks, as well as the town officials to understand the options and the costs of construction. It also allows our water department to plan ahead. We all hope that none of our tanks fail, but hope is not a strategy. I said that last year at town meeting too. But we didn't get the vote last year. It's still not a strategy. As a town, we need to be proactive to ensure our water supply and pressure are adequate for our growing population. As an engineer, I've seen plenty of infrastructure failures and the resulting harm and inconvenience to individuals and communities, and believe me, we don't want that here in Weston. My last point is that many of us in Weston bought our homes knowing we were near some sort of infrastructure and its impact on our homes. My neighborhood gets traffic noise, congestion, and backups from the Pike and 128. And yes, it's gotten worse since I moved here in 2007. Others have train noises near their homes, and some people knowingly bought or built homes next to water tanks. Some of us are near infrastructure, and we all have to live with this impact on our homes. This design and permitting effort will help us all understand the options and limitations with our water supply system. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hill.
Peter Hill, 687 Wellesley Street, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Hill.
I just have one question. When we went through the procedure, first of all, I do support the motion, but I just want to ask a question, and that is that I understand about 100 houses in this town do not have access to town water. Will part of the study be that we're going to spend this $35 million eventually, or approximately? Will everybody in this town have access to town water?
Ms. Bent.
Lori Bent. That's a separate question, whether water is extended to homes that do not currently have water. It's something we could consider, but it is not part of this proposal.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to Ms. Bent's motion? I don't see anyone in the auditorium. Ms. LaBelle, is there anybody left in the gymnasium?
No, there are a lot of people left, but no one wants to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll proceed to a vote on Ms. Bent's motion under Article 21. This requires a majority vote. If you're in favor of it, please press number 1. If you're opposed, press number 2. Voting begins now. Voting is closed. Ms. Bent's motion is approved by a vote of 237 to 15. We will now proceed to Article 22, a petition to amend Chapter 37 of the Acts of 2008. Is there a motion under Article 22?
Mr. Moderator, Candace Lucas, 85 Love Lane.
Ms. Lucas.
So, do I have to read this whole thing?
No, you can move in the form of the town approving Article 22 as printed in the warrant.
So I move that the town approve Article 22 as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? Please proceed.
My name is Candace Lucas. My husband and I, Mark Lucas, are longtime Weston residents, about 23 years. And we own Weston Provisions in downtown Weston. We are looking to have the opportunity to apply for this license, a second liquor license in town for the sale of wine and malt liquor beverages for off-premise consumption. The reason we started this initiative for the second license is based on the customer feedback that we had gotten in the store, and we realized there's a public need and a want for this second liquor license for a food store to offer these local wines and craft beers that can be paired with the foods that we sell. We sell sandwiches, we sell cheese, made-to-order items, groceries with an emphasis on locally sourced food products. Our customers want curated selections of local wines and craft beers to pair with their meats and cheeses and other food products purchased from our store. Our customers came to us and they want to come in and be able to do all of their shopping in one location for an event at their home. If they're having friends, guests, whatever, they want to be able to offer a nice selection of food and beverages that are thoughtfully paired. In addition, the customers want to be able to speak to our employees in the store who will be educated on the brands and that we buy, and so that they can get personalized recommendations for the pairings. And we see this as a complement to the liquor license that currently is held in our town, and not in competition of that. So we hope that you vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to be heard on Ms. Lucas's motion? Ms. Reitano?
Lisa Reitano, 409 Conant, the Finance Committee.
Ms. Reitano?
The Finance Committee voted to oppose this article by majority vote. While we support business in town and would like to see businesses succeed, we believe liquor licenses should be part of a larger discussion at the town level, which hasn't happened. Should the Unified Master Plan Committee, which will be doing planning for the town as a whole, look at this issue and propose something? Or should another board? There just are a number of questions we feel need to be addressed. Do we want to expand liquor licenses in general to just food stores, to other carry-out businesses or restaurants? Is there a lot of logic just saying, well, okay, just this place, but not something like, I don't know, Weston Market, for instance? How should we go about this? Should we welcome business petitions one by one? Or should every business that wants one get one up to a certain number of licenses? It appears that a liquor license is transferable at the same location. So if a business fails and they want to sell it, can they sell the license as part of their business? The license obviously has value. How exactly does this work? So there's just a lot of unanswered questions we felt like were not answered, and the Finance Committee recommends that the town consider this issue overall and deal with these questions prior to coming to town meeting, rather than have one business propose something by citizens petition that will benefit their business only, but doesn't address how we deal with this in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reitano. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this Ms. Lucas's motion under Article 22?
Peter Hill, 687 Wellesley Street, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Hill.
Two things. One, a question. Does this affect the Josiah Smith Tavern? If we give it to this, does that preclude the JST from having their license for the restaurant? The answer is told was no. In that case, I support the motion.
Okay. Is there anyone else wish to be heard on Ms. Lucas's motion under Article 22? I don't see anyone coming forward. In the gymnasium, Ms. Lobel?
No one.
Then we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of Ms. Lucas's motion under Article 22, please press 1. If you're opposed, please press 2. Now. Voting is now closed. Ms. Lucas's motion under Article 22 passes by a vote of 153 to 64.
Thank you for doing this.
Oh, Ms. Glenn?
Letting me bother you, feeling comfortable to bother you.
There's been a motion made. Is this a motion? There's been a motion made. Don't leave yet, folks. There's been a motion made for reconsideration
Of Article 19?
of the motion that was defeated under Article 19.
Yep. I know it's late, I know everybody's tired, but I'm hoping that that one person who tipped the balance for 182 to 181 might have gone, and the rest of the people are here. So I won't put you through it again. I will basically ask you that, there was generosity for one level of recreation. Not everybody can play pickleball. So it'd be nice if we could do something for those who have a more passive need. So I'm asking now for reconsideration.
So
How do I do that?
there's a motion for reconsideration on the floor. Is there a second to that motion for reconsideration? There is a second.
Thank you.
Under our town bylaw, a motion to reconsider requires a 2/3 vote. If a motion to reconsider is passed, then we would return to Article 19 and the motion that was defeated under Article 19. Under our bylaw, I believe this is a debatable motion. So does anyone wish to speak to Ms. Glynn's motion to reconsider? Yes, I see 2 people already. So maybe it's 2 people with 1 thought. If it's not working, come up here. Thanks.
Mike Pemstein, 7 Conant Road. I voted in favor of this, but this seems like a really undemocratic way of getting about this. The people who were interested were here for that, and they voted for it. Maybe they didn't care about the other town bylaws, but to pass it behind their backs seems really unfair. So I think it's inappropriate.
Mr. Hill.
Peter Hill, 687 Wellesley Street, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Hill.
I second what he just said.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Then I'll recognize Ms. Glenn. Ms. Glenn?
Obviously, I'm saddened by that thinking. My feeling is that the Roberts rules basically are set up to provide fairness, and this falls under those rules, so I'm sorry I don't see it that way. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on Ms. Glynn's motion to reconsider? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. This requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of reconsideration, please press 1. If you are opposed to reconsideration, please press 2. Vote now. Voting window is closed. The motion to reconsider requires a 2/3 vote. The motion to reconsider fails to achieve a 2/3 vote. It is defeated by a vote of 111 to 47. We're proceeding. There's a motion to dissolve the town meeting. Is there? I'm sorry.
I just started, I've been taking lessons at Weston Rec. I have my 3rd lesson tomorrow
Sorry.
morning.
Are the lessons worthwhile?
So there's a motion to dissolve on the floor. Before I take a vote on that, I want to remind everyone who was just elected on Saturday, please come forward to be sworn. Thank you for your service, and thank all of you for attending. This was a great meeting. I appreciate it. All in favor of dissolving, please say aye. Opposed? We are dissolved. Thank you.
Doing the lessons at Longfellow Play.
I'm walking out with this. I'm going to say good night.